Hardship's a traveler's dream. Might stumble far, but we rise again. For the banner of PHG flies our friend. Great racers, yeah, better people. Rising like a phoenix, ain't no sequel. PHG, baby, we roll the steeple.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to another PHG World Series event. We are on the second day of qualifying for the Season 2 Round 1 race at the Nurburgring Endurance Track. I am joined in the booth with some fellow commentators. We got my friends Chuck, Shaggy, and TK. Say hi, guys.
Hi, guys.
So, should have an exciting session of qualifying going on today. We've had 15 people qualify so far. 7 of them have had a sub 8-minute time at this long track. Yeah. Anybody who's watching, we are now open for business. Shaggy has the lobby open. We bring people on in. We can get qualifying underway. Hoping to get a lot of people in today. Anybody got some comments or insights on what we saw yesterday, or anything that you're expecting today? TKs, what about you?
Yeah, well, I mean, surprise, surprise, Jorge Sr. with the best time of a 7-minute 49.835, which is really fast, 4 seconds faster than anybody else. So, yeah, it's pretty incredible. And we got a non-PHG member in Enigma with a 7-minute 53. So quite a few sub 8 minutes, which I know I definitely wouldn't be able to do. So clearly there are some green hell lovers out there.
Yeah, it's nice seeing some new faces for sure. You know, Enigma he's actually somebody I've raced against in IRO. So that's why we brought him into this league. Oak, also a brand new PHG member, also came from the IRO races. So
very nice.
Chuck, what do you got? What are you thinking about today?
Just, because this is not this track at all. I really find it hard to try to memorize what I need to do where on a track like this. And my props to everybody who's actually in this, because it's just a real testament to their skill. This track just throws me for a loop every time I see it. It's just
yeah, I mean, they don't call it the green hell for nothing.
And you're right. It's hard to keep track because you remember so many corners, but a lot of them look really similar, and it's like you got to remember the whole sequence. It's not just each corner. You got to know 5 corners at a time to get it right, because if you miss the first corner, the rest are going to be a real struggle to get through. And I've tried to do the circuit experience, but you're in that M6 and it's frustrating. I didn't make it through. I just gave up after a while.
Yeah, I had started that circuit experience a long time ago, and it gotten to a point where I had to put it down for a while. I got to a sector I just couldn't get through, and then spent some more time just racing on the track, and went back to it and was actually able to knock it out fairly quickly at that point. So that was nice. But it does take a lot of laps to get to the point where you feel comfortable at this track. I think the rule of thumb is 100 laps before you truly memorize it and learn it. And that sounds about right from my experience.
Yeah.
That is a lot. And this layout too, when you
Nurburgring.
put
Good lord.
yeah, you put the GP circuit in too, which I love the GP circuit and all of its configurations, but it's just like adding that onto everything else is quite a lot.
You know, I really like the GP circuit track. When it comes to the range of itself, it's just
Yeah.
I do this without dying.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's the thing
And
to keep in mind too. We're doing qualifying here. Qualifying, it's nice and sunny. It's dry. We do know from the settings for the race lobby that it is going to start with rain. So while everybody needs to be putting in laps for to get a good qualifying time, when it comes to race day, it's going to be a different track.
Indeed, and this is a tough one when weather does hit. I mean, if you just pass the pits, it's a miserable 8+ minutes before you can get back to the pits, especially if it really starts to rain. But then you also had that same thing where, you know, maybe you pit too early and then you got to suffer on intermediates or wets before you actually get it down where it's wet. So it's gonna definitely take some skill and a good bit of luck, which, you know, all racing does need that bit of luck, to where you're in the right spot at the right time to make the right decisions.
Absolutely.
Thankfully, the way I have it designed, it only rains for a better part of the first lap, and it's just a wet track for, I don't know, 2.5 laps, 3 laps. There's still a wet line around for at least half of it. So there will be a dry line. It will be drying out. Of course, more cars on the track, it'll dry out faster than if you didn't practice solo. So thankfully, you don't have to predict that it's going to rain and, you know, hope that you get into the pits quick enough. As it'll start out raining, it'll, you know, get progressively faster. You'll get to the slicks eventually, and then you have a little fun there.
Well, that's good to know. At least everyone will kind of be on the same page, and it'll just be a matter of who's brave enough to switch to slicks first, and then, like you're saying, you got to keep it on that dry line if you switch over to slicks and stay off the curb. So it's hard enough to keep the car pointed in the right direction in the dry. Doing it in the wet is going to be a whole nother story. And
yeah, there's for every track that it can rain for the season, it will rain at some point during the race or qualifying or both. But thankfully I didn't, because of how long it takes to do anything, I didn't make it rain for qualifying here, because I like friends and I like people sometimes liking me, so I don't want to get hate mail.
there you go. That was kind of you.
Yes, at least here anyways.
I will speak from a drag racer's perspective is I hate the rain, because anybody knows that it's canceled if any kind of rain happens. So I have a natural aversion to any kind of rain.
I enjoy it. So we got
These guys get some
PHG
last-minute
Aero.
practice in here.
Yeah. PHG Aero in the Genesis. Oh, that's interesting. I expected him to pick Lexus. He usually rocks the Lexus, but trying something different, I see. And then Banana going in the BMW, which is a solid choice. I do enjoy that M6. It's a little big around here. Like we were saying with the circuit experience, that's the car you have to use. But it is a good all-around car, I think. Genesis, I've never gotten a handle on.
Yeah, Banana, also known as Wicco, is on my team in IRO along with Oak and some other drivers, and that BMW is the one that we ran at the Nurburgring Endurance last weekend. Or I'm sorry, not the Nurburgring Endurance, the Nurburgring I think we did the sprint layout.
Yeah.
But yeah, he ran that car there, so he's certainly familiar with it at this track. We did have downforce adjustability for that league. We don't in this league. In this league, the only adjustments you can make to the car are brake balance, but should still be a solid choice for him.
Indeed.
I think Oak
Yeah,
did the same thing yesterday. Ran the BMW, put down a solid time. Oak is number 3 on the speed chart right now with a 7-minute 57 seconds. So the BMW is strong here.
It's already got a good team shaping up. Just in the now second night of qualifying, and a third driver that could possibly put he could possibly put himself in the top 3, top 4, and you would have 3 BMWs in the top 4.
Wow. Strong showing.
Oh yeah. Well, at least here, anyways. They're gonna have a little fun when they go into the Group 4 machinery.
Yeah.
But
Probably.
hey, a great driver prevails.
Indeed.
You got a Max Verstappen it.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, thankfully it's been nice seeing. I mean, this being a manufacturer series, we are seeing a lot of different manufacturers. The top drivers are BMW, Lexus, another BMW, Nissan, Genesis, Mazda, Ferrari. So we're seeing some variety. We'll see as we get more and more drivers if some of the manufacturers kind of percolate to the top or group at the top, but we'll see. This is also only one track in a 9-race season, so this is a long season. People may not want to pick a car just because it's good at this track. They really need to kind of take into account the whole season. But Shaggy, let me know. Did you build the season with that in mind to kind of make sure that it meets the different strengths of the different manufacturers, or are we just kind of hoping it works out that way?
Originally, I had the tire wear much worse for Group 4 cars, but we learned from the exhibition that Group 4s the BOP doesn't help them already, but when it comes to the tire wear, the MRs are a huge advantage, especially the 4C, and the FFs and the 4-wheel drive get the short end of the stick. A good bit of the FRs are still pretty good, despite that. But I don't know, with the new BOP change, it might be a little different, but at the same time, it's still the ones I've tested. They still feel bad. So I lowered the max tire wear that you will see for Group 4 races to only 2 times, which is not as noticeable as it was with 4 times and 5 times or even 6 times tire wear, where you were getting 1.5 laps on maybe softs and an FF, right, Leo? And that poor Mazda. So it's going to be better during the season now. They're going to be more competitive, and I mean there's still going to be a little bit of a disadvantage compared to some of the MRs, which are just too OP. I don't know. They can't fix that for some reason, PD. I don't know. They can't figure it out. The BOP change, it slowed all the cars down and still makes them bad on tires. So we'll see. Yeah.
Well, I've been using the Mazda 3 this week at Red Bull Ring, and because it's just ×1 tire wear, you're fine. The only disadvantage of using the FF over, most people are using all-wheel drive, is those rear tires get really cold by the end of the race, and you start almost like you kind of start drifting in those front-wheel drive cars there towards the end of the race. But that Mazda 3 just has so much straight line power that it kind of makes up for it, and you can just pull on the Genesis and stuff like that. So it was fun, kind of seeing those cars become a bit more competitive again.
Yeah, it's really torquey. Like you can feel it pushing, and instead of it just kind of lagging a little bit like you would in a few of the other cars that just don't get up and go. I mean, the American cars, they're so bad. Group 4 especially. But at least we have drivers representing so far all 3 American manufacturers. However, I'm sure they wish they were higher on the timetable currently, but we will see.
Yep, we still got tonight and tomorrow for qualifying, so we'll see a lot more people trickle in, and hopefully we get virtually every manufacturer. That would be really cool to see. I'm sure we'll get one or two that just nobody uses, but we'd love to see everyone, every manufacturer represented.
You're hoping that Ford has a good showing. Shocker, right?
Well, and it is nice. Like some of the manufacturers, you have more than one car choice per group. You know, there's some where it's this car for Group 3, this car for Group 4, and that's it. But then Ford has multiple Group 3 cars. BMW has multiple Group 4 cars, so that's also good to see, because then you have choices depending on the track to use a couple different models and keep the manufacturer the same.
Yeah, that certainly is an advantage for some of the manufacturers where they do have multiple cars to choose from. Absolutely. I'll be running Chevy in this one. We've just got one Group 3 car, one Group 4 car, and that's it. But thankfully, at least in the Group 3 category, we know that the Corvette's strong. Not strong at every track. There are some that it's certainly disadvantaged at. And I'm not sure what the Group 4 is going to bring to us. I haven't really tested it since the latest bot change, so we'll see. We'll see how that goes for week 2.
Yeah, that'll be interesting. And remind me, what track are we at for week 2?
We're at Interlagos.
Oh, lovely.
Yeah, in the Group 4.
Oh. Yeah, you have it switching Group 3, or we're in Group 3 all the odd numbered rounds 1, 3, 5, etc. And Group 4 for all the even numbered rounds 2, 4, 6.
And then there's 2 each for the finals.
Yeah, so just keep
Like
switching back and forth.
Yeah.
Easy one to remember.
Oh yeah. They don't want to make it too weird. They want to pull a PD and just randomly have like 3 Group 4 races in a row, or Group 3 or whatever. At least this kind of changes it up, and you can kind of plan, especially if you don't like your Group 4 car and you just want to take a week off before the next race. You can always do that.
And that is nice, because not all or only a certain number of your races actually count towards the points. So, and
the Group 3 is more popular overall. I'm certain among the drivers, so that's why there's 5. So you can run your 5 and in Group 3, and then the Group 4 doesn't really matter, especially if you don't like Group 4 or whatever. You can just skip them, get your 5 in with the Group 3, and call it a day. But if you want to run and gain some valuable manufacturer points, to help your team out and whatever, you can enter into the other races. Don't have to do them all. You can do 2 or 3 or 4 races during the season. Just jump in, enjoy when you can.
Yeah. And there are some drivers who definitely gravitate more towards the Group 4 as well. For me, I think it's track specific. Like, depending on the track, some tracks I prefer Group 3, others I prefer Group 4. So it'll be interesting to see what people choose to do. And then there's people who just love racing, and they're going to be at every single race if they're able to.
All right, looks like we've got Arrow and Banana have both started their hot laps. So looks as if both these guys actually did pretty good on managing the tire wear on the outlap.
Yeah, they weren't pushing at all. They were laying back, not trying to squeal the tires too much, taking a wider line, easy on the exit.
And this chicane throws me off every time, because I'm so used to the GP circuit that has that really tight chicane, and you cut the corner, tackle that bollard. And that one, I always brake too early, or I'm like, oh, I don't need to brake that much, and then I don't brake enough on the one for this layout.
This one I aim for the poles, because you want to be on one side of the pole for the entrance, and you want to be on the other side of the pole for the exit. But if you go too far over, you'll incur a penalty. But you can really bend how far you can go over sometimes.
Yeah, you
Just
can
touching
go
the pole, it seems like-
surprisingly. You can go surprisingly fast through that chicane, but yeah, you got to get it right.
Oh, yeah. It's like with the normal layout for the GP. Like you have to be to one side a little bit more than the other, so the left side, just to not get a penalty.
All right, this right-hander coming up here. We know that some cars can take this flat out. Looks like Banana's able to go through it without lifting. Maximize that speed on this long section.
Yeah, but that I aim for the curb and kind of put it right on it. Not too much though, to where it slips the tires. But yeah, the Ferrari
that's the trick.
will absolutely take it flat out.
That's really the trick. You hit that curb and it just kind of kicks your car out, and then you kind of destroyed the corner at that point.
You know, I've kind of noticed on this track too that the curbs just kind of incline just so high that if you nip any part of the curb, if you don't hit right, then you're going to be thrown off.
Well, and it depends on the curb too, or it depends on the corner. Because some of the corners, the curbs are really high, and on others, they're not.
Yeah. It's
So there's
true.
some
of
where
them
you
it's
can
kind of
abuse
flat.
those limits. But
For sure. And some have a little bit of kind of runoff on the outside, and others it's straight grass, and like there's a little runoff after the curb. So it just kind of depends. And that's just a matter of practicing and knowing which where you are on track and which curb is which.
yeah, I would say that most of the inside curbs are pretty consistent. It's that outside curb where some of them are a bump and other ones are flat. You know, like that one right there was a flat runoff. But then there's other ones where you've got a curb on the runoff, and if you hit that, like on this one, you hit that with too much steering input and too much throttle input, it'll just kick your car out.
Yeah. And different cars handle the curbs differently. You know, some you can absolutely abuse them, and others, if you touch them at all, you know, it sends your car around. And I'm looking at tire wear between Aero and Banana, and Banana's got quite a bit more front tire wear than Aero does. But they really only have time for... Do they have time for 2 laps, or is it just the out lap and then their hot lap?
Yeah, this one's a one and done.
Yeah, okay.
Just because it's so long, if we did 2, that would get...
That's like a 20-minute quali.
Well, it's already a 20-minute quali.
Yeah, I was here yesterday, and that's kind of what I remember seeing. Is that it's just, hey, you got your lap and you got your 1 lap, so you better make it good.
All right, we got Aero coming up on the famous carousel. I just noticed Aero's got the your cheetah on the back on the trunk of his car.
Go. Thanks, Aero. Got them rainbow cats. That's fun. Big shout out to Joe Collins for getting that in the game. AKA Draxus. He got that put in there for me. My good friend, who's a tattoo artist, drew that in my other logo. And then Joe Collins got it put in the game. Oh no, and Aero has had an incident. And his lap is over as he gets out of the way of Banana. I didn't see what happened other than he hit the wall. And now has front left damage. Sal is on it with the replays. He's coming up for this left-hander, and he just doesn't get it slowed down enough. Gets into the grass and straight into the barrier. Good on him for getting out of the way of Banana, because otherwise he could have ruined Banana's lap as well. There he goes, gets out of the way.
Yeah, it's definitely some good sportsmanship. It's unfortunate it happened on the hot lap. He's just going to have to run it out. Thankfully, we only have light damage, but that's certainly going to cost him an awful lot of time.
Yeah, it was quick thinking from Aero. Immediately got to the right.
Good awareness.
You talking about your cheetah on the back of that car? As you say that, one of my, I don't know if y'all can hear it. She's screaming at me. Father, pet me.
Give me attention now.
And she's a Himalayan, so if you don't, that Himalayans are between Siamese and Persians.
Very vocal cat.
Yes.
That's what the friend who does
Good
those
little
tattoos. they have a kitten Egyptian Mao, and very active, kind of wild cat, and it's hilarious. I'm not much of a cat person, but that cat is funny, and that's the one who I've tried to watch PHG World Series races while I'm over there, and it cannot leave the TV alone because of the little arrows going around the track in the top corner is too much for that cat to handle, and it just goes berserk and tries to tackle the TV. As Banana's finishing up, he's had a solid lap.
I'm predicting a 53.
You think it's a 53? I have zero predictions other than it's quicker than I would do. But he's been smooth. This section, the final little section here is always a struggle for me. Keeping the car straight, getting on the throwing out the anchor, and then getting back on the throttle. And Banana comes across the line. 7:54.92.
He got a little bit of a bobble at the end there, but still very fast.
Arrow with an 8:22.294.
Alright guys, if y'all want to exit the lobby, y'all can. If you hear me, that is. I got y'all's times recorded.
So that puts Banana in P3. That's 3 BMWs in the top 5. Right there. So strong showing. And Arrow is hashtag not last, even though he bobbled that a little bit there at the end. But that puts Arrow right at P15, so could have been a lot worse.
Maybe Group 4 cars are the OP when it comes to saving tires in future update or future races.
Banana, you can exit. That way we don't have to wait another 4 or 5 minutes for it to end. Thank you, sir.
There we go.
Yeah, I'm gonna figure this out.
So that's 2 more qualified. That's a total of 17 thus far.
Yep, we got enough drivers for 2 splits now. So
how many do we have?
We're going to end up with 15 in split 1. That puts Arrow right on the bubble with his 8:22.294. I can't imagine that's going to stand, but right now he's currently last in the split 1 group.
Yeah, I predict another several sub 8-minute laps.
Yeah, for sure.
If everybody gets their quality lap in, we've seen the track bite a few drivers that had a sub 8 lap going last night, and it just didn't work out.
Yeah, that's the thing. I mean, with a one and done, there's probably going to be a number of drivers in lower splits whose skill level is not representative of where they're at, and that's just sort of the fact of the matter when you have a one and done qualifier.
The nature of the beast. Yep. Exactly.
Especially with F1, you can be out there, you get a red flag, you don't get to get another lap in during qualifying. Just little things here and there. Somebody impedes your lap. Just
and it's
anything can happen.
We're guaranteed to see it this coming weekend at Monaco. It always seems to happen that way, especially when the pole sitter does it or the pole sitter's teammate does it. We've seen that plenty of times where, of course they'll never say they crashed on purpose, but it definitely looks like they crashed on purpose just so that nobody else could set a lap time.
Yeah. We've seen that before.
Didn't NASCAR have something? Didn't something like that a couple years back where there was strangely worded radio transmission that was sent to a driver, and then all of a sudden, oh no, they're sideways. Oh no, yellow flag comes out.
Well, I think that's happened more than once.
Oh yeah.
Cat's getting carried away. Apparently, there's an echo.
I think Stiggy's just echoing Talon.
It's to echo what TK said. I think Stiggy is echoing Talon.
Indeed. Well, good job, Wicco. Solid effort, Arrow, way to finish the lap.
Yeah, it's nice seeing in the chat too, Wicco, giving props to Arrow for getting out of the way. A lot of good sportsmanship going around. That's what we like to see here.
Great racers, better people.
100%.
There you go.
Sit around and wait for some more drivers. We have, how many did you say we have signed up so far, Sal?
I think we were at 61 when the stream started. I can do a quick check to see if we've had any more signed up in the last half hour or so.
So yeah, we still got quite a few people that need to qualify. Don't wait till the last minute, y'all.
The engine's roaring life in the fast lane. PHG, we the name, tearing up the game. Thunder on the track, speed never go lack. Pushing limits, breaking barriers, ain't looking back. Tires screaming as we take that turn. Fuel and fire in our hearts we burn. Opponents in the mirror, they can't.
Like you can go and float the river, right? And it does kind of a loop. You have to get out at one point and walk across the street to hop in on the other side. But there's also a part where there's just a tree right in the middle of the river and the roots make a little island. And so you can wade out there, put your cooler on the roots, tie your tubes to the roots, and then just float and not go anywhere. And it is, oh my goodness, it is paradise.
That sounds like the perfect day.
And then you can maneuver yourself into the shade for a while and then back out into the sun and then back over to the shade. There's an old abandoned mill dam that you can go jump out of if you're feeling adventurous.
Sounds like a perfect day. Just floating around. A lot of nothing.
Exactly. A lot of nothing. You don't check your phone. You just
Listen to
relax.
music and- Yep.
It does, but then, a whole day of relaxing is absolutely exhausting. And it's funny, like we'll get back from the river and you felt like you did a full day's work just because the sun just taking it all out of you. But it's definitely worth it.
I was at the beach this weekend, and I can definitely attest to that. That's a good walk along the beach and everything, and then by the time you get back to the car, you're just, I'm gonna go home now.
Yeah,
I'm
I
done.
need a nap after that.
Yeah.
Like you right now. You already had beach day.
Yeah.
Makes me sad.
Yes.
I need a beach day. I need a lake day.
I never
Yeah,
take a
like-
vacation, so I had to take a good little break.
Yeah, that's nice. That's nice. I'm about 2.5 hours from Corpus and all that stuff. So I usually get down there at least once a year. For a while, I had some friends down there, and I would go down there all the time because it's so close to just go and spend the night and spend a day at the beach.
Yeah, the last time I was in Corpus, it was on a job. I didn't get to go into the water. I was on the water, working on a ship that was run by Russians. So that was cool. Yeah, so alcohol.
So it's very clear and very strong.
Yes, they had lots of that. Probably too much. But
Anyway,
yeah, it was nice.
I think,
Unfortunately, I didn't get to go to the beach.
Sal, we have a request for you to display your livery if you don't mind going out on track. And you won't be able to do that. Well, yeah, we would. It just wouldn't be able to do the proper showcase. Oh. I've heard. Fellow Corvettians. I gotcha. We definitely will. I've heard that. I've had several Corvette or Chevy entries in my chat talking about how excited they are about the liveries and Team Chevy. So, well, that's exciting to see. Hopefully some of you other Chevy drivers hop in tonight for qualifying so we can take a look. Wonderful. Nice. Awesome. Yeah, Fernando was rocking his last night for lobbies we did kind of a multi-class, which we hadn't really done in a while, but it was the MX-5 touring car and the Z06 that they just added, the C5 Z06. So those were the two classes, and in some tracks they were even, and maybe even the MX-5 being better, but on the majority of the tracks the Corvette was the stronger one. But Fernando was rocking a really cool Z06 Corvette yesterday. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. I forget what Vetterdan took one and then just changed the coloring, and then somebody else took that same livery and changed the color as well. It was good looking. It's a lot easier than doing it yourself, that's for sure. Especially if you don't have the skills of a salamander,
Kind of what I do is I take pretty pre-made PHG paint schemes and throw my own little flair. But I'm curious what everyone's thoughts are down in the chat and here up in the booth is to what's everyone's the Dragon Trail time trial that they released a couple days ago with the new Corvette.
I haven't tried it yet. I know a bunch of people who have. I have yet to try it. I'm so bad about doing those time trials. I just don't like.
Yeah.
I like racing. I don't like setting times. So it's got to be something that really piques my interest. But we did do that combo last night, and it was a lot of fun. It was a lot of fun, but. Nice.
I
Right. Yeah. Mhm.
Yeah. Couldn't get it, so womp womp. No longer Mustang Chuck, right? Yeah.
They can't all be at the Daytona Oval.
They say that with the newest one, well, covered today, and I've only gotten silver at this point for the one at crap. What newest
Topless?
one?
Or at Dragon Trail.
High speed sections, curbs, high speed sections. Telling you that right now because there are a few times I'm braking in a straight line. I hammered the anchors, and all of a sudden I'm sideways. So keep at least 2 tires on the track. High speed sections.
I found with that Corvette as well, kind of just avoid second gear altogether and come out of every turn in third or higher.
Did manage a gold at Autopolis. I think it was only because, okay, so what turn it is, I don't know if you see that, but I had this really aggressive left hand turn, and I thought it was kind of footage because I had to do like a lot of opposite lock, really hold on to the car. But I managed to solidly get gold, and hopefully by the somebody here, the Le Mans winner from Ferrari, dealer
one?
right now. Dealer
Talking
right
about
now.
the most recent Ferrari one?
No, the one that won Le Mans.
Last year?
It's-
Giovinazzi? Like,
Yeah. Antonio, who else was on the team?
yeah, I don't
Antonio
know.
Giovinazzi with his beautiful hair, luxurious locks.
Yeah.
3 something or other from way back in the day, and able to get the trophy for having Le Mans winning cars. Time trial completes early this morning.
Yeah.
Right? Where is everybody?
There's the water's warm. It feels nice. You should hop on in. It's an excellent website. If you haven't checked it out, go check it out. Lots of info there. Find out about a lot of the people involved in PHG, all the goings on. It's a well put together website.
Thanks to our friend Sal here. But
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Check it out.
Indeed. Check it out. And as the charity coordinator, you do have more charity, signs for the future. Keep space. We'll good out there.
Always good. Thank you for putting that together and having more planned in the future. It is nice. I know it's fun to when I tell people about it, and I guess people have a preformed idea of what maybe some streamers playing Gran Turismo could raise, and then I tell them how much we raised, and everybody's like, "Oh my gosh, wow, that's awesome, good job!" Like, yeah, we did. I mean, the community came together and we raised a lot of money. Like, that's a lot for what we did, and it was it's almost 8-hour stream that Saturday, and we were all involved, whether we were racing or broadcasting or commentating and all of the above, and it was a lot of fun to get together and do that. It was a long but very rewarding Saturday, that's for sure.
Wish I could have been more involved. I was at work, unfortunately.
Yeah.
Oh, I appreciate that, Sal. You also did a lot with helping me figure out the various intricacies of everything. So, shout out to Sal.
I had fun. I wasn't planning on doing any racing, but I ended up doing that first race in the Ford GT at Daytona Road Course, and Vetterdan and I ended up having we battled pretty much the entire race, and had I not gotten the penalty at the very end, I would have finished ahead of Vetterdan, but unfortunately we drag raced all the way to the line, which seems to be his thing because he had a drag race to the line last night as well. but it ended up being a lot of fun. So started off the day great with that race, and then I watched the second race and then hopped on the mic for the remaining races and the livery competition that Sal put on, which was a lot of fun. And yeah, the livery competition is great.
Yeah,
I'm
that
actually
was-
looking at this account. I'm still in the winning Chevy Nova of Wrench Wench is still the car that's selected on this account because I haven't used this account since the charity event. So I'm looking at Wrench's awesome Snake Nova right now.
Actually, a lot of fun.
I think we need to do next time we do a livery contest is the new what's the little K truck that they just added that you can put
At the carry.
and you can put the box on the back or the trailer, I guess, on the back is an option. I think that would be a fun one because the van was, I mean, when you have that much to play with, I think people got creative. Steven Warhawk Harris and Horn of Plenty did a really great job using, you know, that whole canvas and making something really cool. Yeah, it was cool to see. You know, I think the youths do a good job of finding out other things you can do, other things that you can do in Gran Turismo other than race, and that's one of them. You know, showcasing everybody lining up and then, you know, getting to vote on who's got the best livery or the police chase options that they do, and you know, just making up games within the game, I think is really cool to see. Yeah.
That's
Yeah. I let my niece try the
term.
what was that, Chuck?
No, I was just saying, key term being yet.
Yeah, exactly. It's coming. But yeah, my niece, I made her do all the first set of licenses before she did anything else. And then I put her on the music rallies, and she loved the music rallies. She had so much fun doing that. Especially the I think it's the Tokyo Expressway one has kind of a techno beat, and she was digging it. She was like, and every time she went through the check mark, she did like a little hand thing, and it was fun to watch her engage in a different way than I engage in the game. Mm-hmm.
Favorite tracks.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah, for sure. Yeah. right? It's fun to watch. It's like we get so much enjoyment out of this. Obviously, that's why we're all here, because we absolutely love it. But a lot of people have zero experience or expectation about it, and when they get to try it, for the most part, everybody I know who's tried mine has, regardless of how they did, had a lot of fun. Because it does take a little bit of adjustment to get used to, as far as how the pedals feel and all that. But once you kind of wrap your brain around it, it's a lot of fun. It is a lot of fun, and it's fun to share that with other people, because like a lot of people, I mean, we all stream, so we kind of know what goes into it, but a lot of people don't. And they see either they've seen the Gran Turismo movie, or they've seen the big streamers like Super GT or something on YouTube, and they really don't have any idea, and then they get to step in and see the behind the scenes of it takes this and this, and this is how I switch, and then we're constantly evolving what we're doing as well, and it's a lot of fun.
All right, I think I had my mic muted from the when OBS came back up, so I think people have been hearing you talk, but not me. And
I've been able to hear you just fine, Sal, and it's been a great conversation. That's funny. They're like, who is these guys talking to?
Yeah, Oak had put in the chat. He's like, seems like everyone is muted. I went and looked. I'm like, no, I swear I adjusted Discord. I'm like, oh, I'm still muted. Oh,
you're still muted. That's funny. Classic streaming.
I'll be right back, boyos.
All right.
Oak was the only one brave enough to speak up.
To say anything. They're like, man, T-Case is crazy, dude. He's just talking to nobody. Answering questions and asking questions. That's funny. That's so I recently got if you subscribe to my channel, you probably saw my short, but I got a really cool sign made of my logo.
Oh, I saw that. That is cool.
It's epic. It's exceeded expectations, but I didn't open it right away because that is the life of a content creator. You can't just open stuff when you get it, because you got to make a video about it and you got to document it. It sat there for like half the day before I was able to set up the tripod and actually make a video. So video coming soon. Shameless plug. # not sponsored. And it's so cool though. But I was laugh at now that I have all these other friends streaming, and it's like they all can relate. They're like, yeah, I got that in the mail the other day too, and I couldn't open it for 3 days because I didn't have time to make a video yet.
I did that with my Ulanzi stream controller. I'd gotten it in the mail, and it took me a couple of days before I could set up. And I recorded some footage on the unboxing, and I've been using it now for a couple of months. And I'm now at a point where I need to do another recording to do the wrap up,
like the review. Yeah.
And actually do the review of what I think of it and configure it and all that stuff, and put that out there. I need to get that done one of these days coming up.
I did the same thing with my wheel. I did an unboxing video, and then I used it for about a month before I made the review and actually talked about it, which is great. It makes for content and whatnot, because it's always hard to find fresh content.
Right. And that's just it. I had bought it with the idea of using it more while I'm like streaming and driving, and I haven't been doing a lot of that lately. I've been so wrapped up in doing broadcast and production for the charity race, for the season 2 exhibition. I used it when running in like NRL and in IRO, but there aren't as many like big moments in there, like not like in daily races where you get all these crashes and people being dirty and stuff like that. So there's more content to grab that's interesting. Good races, like league races, typically involve watching a more long form video. Like that's more enjoyable. You get to see how somebody works their way, through the field and stuff like that. And that's the more exciting, watching a clean race as opposed to a little snippet about something going awry. So I haven't been able to get a lot of content. I haven't been able to to use it enough to feel like I can do a proper review on it, and I've gotten some more of it, and I've actually been doing some more configuring of using it more with productivity when I'm doing my video editing, and also adding in, you know, like the OBS scenes and stuff like that for like this event as a separate thing. So I've actually been trying to use it a little bit more so I can put a good review together. So
yeah, for sure. Well, we look forward to seeing that.
Yeah, because I made sure to, I got something that's not the Stream Deck, you know, that I know a lot of people have. Like, this one's different. It's made by Ulanzi, which makes a lot of other stuff. They make a lot of, like, tripod mounts and you know, mounts for your camera, for your, you know, for either video recording or still shots, whatever. So, the Stream controller is a little unique for them, but, yeah, I look forward to trying to get that put together. I've got a number of things I want to do, and it just
a matter of doing them.
Well, it's a matter of time. I mean,
yeah,
it's amazing how much time it takes to put this league stuff together. You know, even like you know, this stream, and then we got the race coming up. The race is coming up this weekend that we have to, you know, we've been getting prepared for, and you know, getting the website updated with the schedule, and then with the lobby settings and the streams and all that business. It's a lot of work.
It's a lot. And,
more than
you do. Yeah, and you do. I mean, you do a lot more on this side than I do. And like, I've had people ask me, "Hey, you haven't been doing as many dailies, and you haven't been streaming as much." And it's like, well, we went from PHG GT World Series straight into NRL, and then the charity event, and then this, and it's like it really does take up time, because, you know, these would be nights I would usually be doing dailies. I don't typically do dailies during the day. So it's like, this is when I would normally do it, but I love doing this. I didn't think I would love doing this, and it really has become something I enjoy just as much as racing and streaming is doing the broadcast commentating.
Yeah, I agree with that.
I've really grown to enjoy it, and it's different. But it's a lot of fun to, you know, hang with your friends and talk about racing, and it's a good time.
Yeah, I could totally echo that. I feel the same way. It's been all sorts of fun getting this stuff going, and putting on a good presentation is rewarding. You know, just as rewarding as doing the racing.
Yeah, especially after that. After the charity event, I guess like a couple days later, I went back. I obviously didn't just sit down and watch the whole thing, but I kind of skipped around just to get a taste of, you know, all the races, all 5 races, and the livery contest, and it was really good. I was really proud of what we did. I thought everyone did a great job. We brought Flawed Genius Gaming in, who hasn't really done anything much with the PHG crew. That was awesome to have him. We had, you know, so many people involved, and it was an exhausting but really great day. And then to be able to go back and watch it and not really have much to critique other than minor little, you know, because it was our first time doing it, little technical things here and there, mic volumes, whatnot, but like overall was a really solid production. And to see what it looked like back at the first PHG races to where we got it there, and what it's going to look like going forward is a lot of fun to see.
Absolutely.
And you know, to speak to that, TK, it makes me really excited for future charities that we have forward. Just have fun and donating to good causes, and you know, good things for people.
Yeah, hopefully,
for sure.
If you know, if we can point to, you know, ones we've already done and show what kind of a production we put on, we'll maybe entice some more people to come on board, whether it be charity organizations or drivers. You know, I mean, like this league here, you know, everybody's just doing it for fun. There's no money on the line. It's just, you know, people wanting to compete with other like-minded racers who want to race clean and all that stuff. And the charity event was the same way. I mean, we had a big turnout of drivers just volunteering their time to, I mean, play a game that they love, but to use it towards something good. It was nice to see.
Yeah, for sure. And we had such interesting and unique combos as well. Like, not all those combos were for everyone, but several drivers did all the races, you know, and I just did that first race. I wasn't planning on it at all. And I mean, that was one of the best races I've had with people. And it was just me and Better Dan and SSC, and I forget who the third driver was, but it was just us battling those laps in a car that didn't want to slow down and had a lot of power, and it was great. It was great. I definitely wouldn't be doing this one though, that's for sure.
Oh, see, this is the one I'm looking forward to. I had to forego the Nurburgring race for our IRO league that we're in, just because of all the time it took to do the charity event, because they were literally going on the same day. If I was going to run a stint in IRO, it was going to be at like 9 o'clock at night after we got done with an 8-hour stream. And I knew that wasn't going to work. So I bowed out of that one. But now we have this one in round one. I honestly was not planning on running any races in the PHG World Series. I was just going to concentrate on the broadcast. But the pull is just too strong. I have to come in and run some of them. So I'm going to run this one. I don't think I'll even get 5 in, but I'm gonna help out Team Chevy where I can.
Right on. So for qualifying here, is it softs or mediums?
Whatever you want. So probably softs.
All right,
I'm gonna do a lap.
Yeah, since we don't have anybody in here. Exactly. Let me turn my wheel on.
Some people were saying yesterday was the thought qualifying on mediums was the thing, you know, to do because of it being.
Yeah, see, I tried running some laps on mediums earlier today in the qualifying settings, and I could not get as good of a lap time as I could get on softs. So I think the trick there is you really got to baby the out lap so that your hot lap can be fast. If you try running your out lap as fast as you can, your tires are going to be worn down, and that's going to inhibit your hot lap.
Yeah, that makes sense. Now, I am doing this without any audio because my audio goes through OBS and I don't have OBS open, so this is interesting.
It's amazing when you don't have it, how much you find out you rely on it.
You're like, oh, I can't hear anything.
For a while there, when there had been a couple of times on stream, I had done a split screen battle with my oldest son. So it was like a father-son battle, you know, just a couple of races for fun. And they had done an update to I think fix this issue. But when I first started doing it, the first player, it was like the audio from one of the players was distinctly louder than the audio from the other player. And I think it was player one it was almost muted, like you could barely hear it at all, and then you could hear all the engine and everything else from player two. And I would run races with him, and I would do horribly bad, and I couldn't figure out. It was like, man, it's because I can't hear what my engine's doing. I'm so used to listening for when to shift that I mean I look at the rev limiter, you know, down at the bottom, and I base it on that, but there are times where I'm not looking there, and I still know when to shift just based on the sound.
Yeah.
You don't realize just how much that gets into your head, or when it's not matching up to what you think it's going to be.
Right.
Then you get confused.
If there's a delay or something, that really
I've heard the same thing with talking. I think I've seen some YouTube videos where a guy goes around and puts headphones on somebody's head and just tries to have a conversation with them, and the headphones delays their speech back to them by like a quarter of a second, and there are certain people that just can't do it. They start talking and then they get all messed up in their own sentence, and then there's other people who just tune themselves out and they can talk like it's not even there.
Yeah, I'm one of those people. So in college, in one of my psychology classes, he did an experiment without us knowing, and we had to watch a video and all the audio was slightly delayed. So it didn't sync up with their mouths. And then it was like an hour. We watched this whole thing, and at the end he was like, so who all couldn't listen to any of that and got nothing? And I was like, me. I got nothing out of that because their mouth did not match up with what I was hearing, and I cannot do that.
Case.
Psychology is funny.
So that part right there that I just went through, that was probably the hardest part for me to learn. That's where everybody always crashes. You end up taking way too much speed and then getting it all kinds of wrong. Yeah, this is weird, no audio. I'm sure my tires are just squealing and everybody's like, take care of your tires on the outlap. I don't know how to do that.
You just drive slow. It's so easy.
What is that? Drive slow. I like to drive medium.
I'm just a very, you know what? I'm just gonna send it until I find my line.
Find that rhythm.
I think I've talked about this on some other streams before. Usually I go into a track and the first lap is usually respectable, and then I spend the next half hour trying to be faster and instead being slower.
Yeah.
Because I'm trying to improve, like every corner. I'm like, well, I could have done this better. And it ends up being a disaster. I end up spinning. I'm like, how did I do so well on the first lap? And now I suck for like a half hour until I start to get myself to dial it back enough that I can then start incrementally moving forward.
Yeah.
But it's a weird psychology thing. Again, it's the well, I know. Okay, I got this time. I should be able to knock off like a second. And in my pursuit of knocking off a second, I've been adding 4 seconds.
Yeah. I know exactly what you mean.
But once you finally get into that groove where you can do those incremental updates, then it's kind of satisfying. Man, that corner there is also such a tough one. Because it's so high speed.
If you get it just right, you can keep it flat, but I took too much of the inside curve just like that right there.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Or just hook the tire.
Here.
And it said spin.
I like the fact that the Porsche kind of gives the back of your car that LeVar Burton look.
Yep. Classic LeVar.
Or Geordie, I should say.
Yeah.
Yes, for us Trekkies out there.
There's a great documentary.
Let us know.
I think we talked about this last time, but the LeVar Burton Reading Rainbow documentary, I believe it's on Netflix. Really good. It mainly focuses on Reading Rainbow, but he talks about his other roles as well.
I'm gonna have to look that up. I hadn't heard about that.
Yeah, it's good. LeVar has always been a big hero of mine. And when that came out, I was like, yep, I'm watching this.
Oh, this is that really technical section of the track.
Mm-hmm.
It's pretty much all the way till you get to the jump, and then it kind of
Calms
down a bit, yeah. But it's like between the first carousel and the jump is like the most technical part of this track.
A lot of time to be gained, but most likely lost. Yeah,
I mean, there's so many places there's so many different challenges presented on this track. You know, like the section you have coming up here, this like flowing section where if you, it's not hard to get right, but you just got to keep the hammer down. If you don't know the track, this part is intimidating.
You end
but as
up
long as you know it,
one of the
easy.
Corners.
Then you can generally go flying through that corner. But the second carousel that's coming up here gets tricky. Like the exit out of this carousel seems, for me, is just much worse than the first one.
Yeah, it's because you don't quite lock in. Or I
Right.
don't quite lock in like you do in the first carousel. And I struggle with this part right here because
Yep.
you want to carry as much speed as possible.
Yeah, without washing out.
Completely burned through those tires already.
Yeah, because that's the thing. You have such a long straight that you can gain or lose, awful lot of time depending on how you exit that previous corner. Because you either have lost that speed or you've gained that speed for this entire, what is it, like 1.5 mile, 2 mile long section?
Yeah, it's crazy long. As we go under the Bilstein Bridge.
I mean, it's not special stage route X long, but it's not far.
Yeah. And here, it's like either too early, not enough, too much. Get on that hot lap.
All right, I'm going to step away from the mic while you run your hot lap here for just a minute.
All right.
Talk amongst yourself.
And as
Ooh, too deep.
GP section, ooh, yeah, a little too deep.
So I'm in too deep, and I'm trying to keep blood in my head instead of going under.
Something.
Good stuff.
Do like this section of the track.
If you remember to stop and don't go straight.
Yeah, right.
I love the GP or the sprint layout, which is basically this. It makes for some fun racing.
Gonna take a flat out through this? Yes, you will.
All right, it came back.
And he's back.
All right, Wicco being smart in the chat. No worries, Sal. TK is used to talking to himself on this stream.
It's true. It's true. I did it for a good 30 minutes.
It only seemed that way.
I was actually talking to somebody. Talking to multiple people. So wait, they can hear Chuck though, right? We got confirmation that they are hearing Chuck, or have I literally just been talking to myself for most of the time?
Well, I think most of the time it was you and me talking back and forth. I think most of the time after the crash there, I think Chuck was fairly silent. So.
Gotcha.
Yeah, you should both be coming through on the same Discord.
Ooh.
Whoa! Keep her on the track.
Chat, please. Yep.
What's a track?
That's
Roads. Where we're going, we don't need roads.
Oh, who keeps it on?
Definitely tell I've worn those front tires a little bit on my outline. Oh, I touched the grass.
Uh-oh.
No. Oh,
Don't.
no.
I just want to show people what not to do, you know? This is educational.
Educational.
Don't do that, y'all. Don't touch the
negative
outside.
example. I tell you what we'll do here is once you get done with your hot lap, if we still haven't gotten anybody in, I'll go ahead and run a practice myself.
One as well. So I've had 2 incidents. Not too bad. For me, 2 incidents so far. That's great. I'm doing good.
Easy down there. Easy.
Easy now. I do love the Porsche. It can handle these curbs pretty well, especially on the exits.
back in again with the IRO race, we had started out the season with the Porsche as our car, and we found once we got to Nurburgring that the BMW was quite a bit faster than the Porsche.
Yeah.
We all the drivers on the team knocked off a number of seconds when we switched from the Porsche over to the Beamer.
Oh, nice.
It seemed to be that back when GT7 first came out, the Porsche was a very well-rounded car, but
It's becoming less and less.
yeah, just not as much anymore. It's a bit harder to drive. It's still fast. It's just harder to make it fast. Again, in IRO, the other Porsche team that I believe is still running Porsche was in the top 3 in the standing. It was a very solid contender. So the car was clearly fast, but the skill set on our team was just not able to kind of wrangle it quite as good.
Yeah.
But we certainly are doing better with the Beamer. We switched over to the Beamer and we got a 4th place finish. By far our best finish of the season. So we're pretty happy with that. We're hoping to take that to the next track. I think we're at Monza next.
Oh, nice.
If I remember.
That'll be fun. I like Monza quite a lot, especially when you're doing lobbies, not dailies.
Right.
Like when you're in good, respectable, where people aren't just going to murder you. Monza's a lot of fun.
Yeah, see, and I'm going to have to miss the Monza race, which is fine because the next race after that is going to be Le Mans, and I'm really looking forward to that one. That's going to be another 24-hour race.
Oh, whew. No thanks, Tom Hanks.
Well, and that's what Nürburgring was. It was a 24-hour race.
Y'all crazy.
Which, yeah, Wicco's saying in the chat, we could have been in second in that one. We had some pretty solid racers at that one. Wicco ran, I think, three stints. Did really well there.
I completely forgot what part of the track I'm on. I was like, what's coming up?
I'm actually looking forward to the live 24-hour Le Mans and watching some of it on whatever site,
whatever platform
I can find it on.
So Cole, T-Case is just practicing, filling some time while we wait for qualifiers to get in here.
No way.
But aren't we expecting Papa to actually qualify today too?
Yep, Papa said he'll be in. I think he was talking about being in here in about a half hour or so.
Yeah, he had to get dinner, finish up his day.
Or qualifying action later on.
Yeah, there's no way in green hell I'll be doing this race. There we go. The second carousel wasn't so bad.
Oak, are you kidding me? Is what I'm reading true here? Sounds like Jorge is going to be joining our team in IRO.
Oh, looks like we got a new IRO champion.
Oh, it's about to get real.
That's awesome. And what does IRO stand for?
International Racing Organization. And the league is the Gran Turismo Endurance Championship.
Okay.
So I'm not sure which other leagues they run other than the G-Tech League, but IRO I know does a number of other things. I'm not familiar with a lot of them. The G-Tech series is the first I've been involved in.
So where's this going to put me on the leaderboard? I crashed twice. Did this put me hashtag last? As I come across the line.
834.
Fine.
Nope. You would be...
All right.
You would be right behind Arrow in 16th place is where you would be.
Hell yeah. All right. Well, that was fun, I guess.
the line.
All right, let's get the racing gloves on. Let's
Ooh,
get out there.
he's
We do
getting-
need people to come in here and qualify. I'm going to do some practice just to provide some content here for the
Entertainment.
viewers, but we would like to see some people come in and actually put in some qualifying. Oh, I have to actually
Yes,
considering
yes,
my
we
wheel
would. Everybody's been practicing. You just got to get in here and execute. So we got people in the practice lobby, but if they all come over here at the same time, here we go. Fast Cougar in the building.
All right, well, I'll run stuff later then.
I'm going to step away real quick, gentlemen. I'll be right back.
All right, Fast Cougar running the McLaren. Papa's going to have a fellow McLaren driver. Let's see, do I have Fast Cougar on the score sheet already? Nah. Let's add him. Let's try to get some more people. If there are other people thinking of getting in, if we could get multiple people running qualifying at the same time, that would be great. Fast Cougar, if you're listening to the chat, once you get off track, let us know if there is a car number you want to claim. We are allowing all the drivers to claim a number that they can then run on their car throughout the season. You know, kind of like other competitive series, so we can identify people by their car number as well, a little more identifiable. So if you want a number assigned to you, let us know, and we can let you know if it's already been claimed or not. In fact, some of the other qualifiers, Banana, I know you're in the chat. Is there a number you want? It doesn't look like you had a number assigned to you yet. All right, Wicko's going to choose 111. I'm pretty sure nobody has that. Nope, nobody does, so... PHG Banana, aka Wicko, claims the number 111. Feel free to add that to your car. You should be able to just simply duplicate your livery, do a save as, and then you can adjust the number on the side for all the ones. Nice. I think some of the other drivers that haven't claimed a number we had, if any of these guys are in the chat today, Evolved, KW47, and Iron Fix, you also have the opportunity to claim a car number as well.
I like that feature, Sound. That was clever. I was wondering, I was like, where did these numbers come from? That's fun. You get to pick your number and then you can put it on your car.
Yeah, I'm hoping once everybody's done that, and if people get in the habit of dropping it on their livery, that'll help us as commentators too identify who's who. You know, by more than even just the name up top. I know in the
Wicked smart.
I mean, again, in the IRO series, when we run that, when they're running broadcasts, they have the names off, so you have to rely on the car number to know who's who.
That's cool. I like that. That gives it a little more, realistic feature than having the floating one. But yeah, it's much easier to just see that that's PHG Fast Cougar QC. Because looking at that livery and the reflection coming off of it,
blinding.
It's gonna be, yeah. That thing is like radioactive, is what it looks like.
It is very lime green or fluorescent green.
Fluorescent. The matte fluorescent paints are my favorite, as y'all know, because that's the only colors I use is the matte fluorescent. I love the way it looks.
This is a very nice livery.
Mm-hmm.
The design on the side is pretty good. Oh, can't look at the front. It's too much.
It's too much. I wonder how many individual pieces that is, or is that almost a whole piece that they found and just slapped it on the side? Because I know
I'm
when I
guessing
do
it's one decal.
some of the Fast and Furious decals that I like to do are like three, like the one for the Supra is a guy or is like a warrior with a spear, and then but the spear is separate. The warrior's one thing, and then there's a back thing, and you have to kind of line it all up. And it wasn't until much later in my livery creating days that I was able to figure out how to do that and it not just be one piece.
It's like Papa has also joined in. He said
There we go.
Said he was going to be here at about 8, so he must be comfortable. He's about a half hour early.
He's gonna take one for the team. Get out here.
Well, get the
At some
McLarens
point, there's
together.
only
They can work
yeah.
together, maybe.
That would be fun. There's really only one place you can work together in this configuration. Otherwise, you're just in the dirty air. But on that back straight, it definitely can.
Yeah, that's true.
Can help. But
Well, if Papa could somehow keep up with him and follow him, I'm sure that would help his time. I know we all know that Nurburgring is not one of Papa's favorite tracks, but he's here.
He's here. And next track is definitely not one of his favorite tracks, which is Interlagos. He's not a fan. We disagree on a lot of our GT7 preferences, Papa and I.
All right, we're jumping right into it. Qualifying has started.
20 minutes on the clock. Nurse them tires on the outlap. Don't make any mistakes on your flying lap.
Hopefully Papa didn't step away.
Now he just switched to the saw.
Well, there we go. There's plenty of time in this qualifying session.
Yeah.
There's always a number of minutes at the end, so it's not like we're at risk of losing a hot lap. What? Going? No, he's still not going.
Do. Nice and leisurely.
Now he's off.
And he's off.
I made sure to grab Papa's livery and use that for the cover photo or the thumbnail for this live stream.
Oh, I like it. You know, the yellow with the red is such a good combo. Like the Momo, Ferrari, all that. It's really good looking. Pops really well.
Agreed.
And then it's so subtle because that car is black. That's a black car. And then it just enough of that yellow and red to really pop. I like it.
And I know Papa's been trying to up his livery design game lately. He had spent so much time just kind of slapping stuff together, but he's been making a conscious effort to take some tips from the likes of RJ and myself. Has been starting to put some cooler stuff down. Papa is live streaming now. I see Chuck had posted his live stream link over there. If anybody wants to watch from his point of view on this qualifying session. But definitely come back to check out how the rest of the drivers are doing.
Indeed.
Yeah, these are
go ahead.
I was going to say there's going to be our 18th and 19th driver qualify. looking for a lot more
But-
people.
Yeah, a lot more to go. Now, question: if people who signed up don't make the qualifying during the week, are they not allowed to race on the weekend?
I
Because
believe,
obviously you don't have to do all the races. You don't have to do every race.
right.
even
I
you
believe if
signed
you
up.
can't make qualifying, you can race, but you'll essentially be starting, last in the last split. So the least amount of points.
Okay. Interesting.
Otherwise, yeah, you could just join in week 2, and or whichever week. You can join in week 5 if you want.
Yeah.
And your manufacturer isn't locked in until you hit the track, either for qualifying or the race. So,
Gotcha. Well, that makes a lot of sense, and he is really just having a nice leisurely outlap. I like it.
Nice and easy. Take it nice and slow. Save your tires.
Yep.
yeah, the McLarens have always been known to be really good on the tires, but it's still a good idea to save as much as you can for that hot lap.
Yep, especially those fronts. You really need that front end grip to get some of these high speed turns where you want to take it flat out, but if you wear out too much of that front, you're gonna have to lift, which is gonna lose you time. It is cool about this track because it is still very much a momentum track. So even in these faster cars, you still need to carry a lot of momentum. We talk about momentum in the slower cars like the MX-5 touring cars and stuff, where you have to keep momentum because there's no power. But even at this one, momentum is very, very important.
Well, it's because there's so many corners, and it's that whole, you got to keep on that racing line. And we talked about that earlier. Like, if you mess up a corner, it can affect you for a number of different corners. So getting the momentum just right is critical at this track, probably more than any other. Because you can have a great exit out of one corner, but that may not be the best thing for the next corner if it comes up too soon. There are certainly times here where you don't want to be dodging all the way across the track for fear of losing the rear end, but
Exactly. The carousel, it took me so long to figure this out because to get it right, you go slower than you feel like you should. It feels like you should be able to hop in there and just rip it around the turn, but you do, to stay in that little bank thing, you got to go kind of slow and be patient, and it pays off. Even though you feel like you're going slow, it's actually fast.
right.
Which is
What happens is when you overdrive it and you kind of bounce out of it, then you find out how slow you really need to go to get around that corner, and it's another like 10 miles an hour slower. Like that banking does help quite a bit. But you're
really
right,
does.
because it's so extreme, you feel like you can just rip through it, and that's just not the case.
Yeah, I was determined to learn this, and I mean, I know my lap wasn't great, but that was pretty good for me. I mean, I could have done it without crashing for sure, but like I wanted to get better at this track, and so I forced myself to spend a couple nights, and I was using the MX-5 touring car and just running laps with friends who are good at this track, and that was one of the parts where I felt like I really improved, was the carousel and being patient to get on the throttle. But I would recommend, if you're wanting to learn this track, the circuit experience is great. It's in the Mazda M6, but getting in like the GR86 or MX-5, one of those slower rear-wheel drive road cars, and go around here is a great way to learn this track, because it doesn't have enough power to really kill you, but it's still technical and difficult, and you really work on that momentum to be quick.
Yeah, that's probably not a bad idea. Using something like you said that isn't going to be trying to spin you out at a moment's notice, but still is critical to keep that momentum going. You definitely learn your lines that way.
Another great car is the Civic touring car, the EK Civic hatchback touring car. It's a front-wheel drive car, so it is a good bit different. But I found that the two touring cars in the game, the Civic and the Roadster, the Mazda, really great for learning tracks. Because it's a car you can control, but still has some race car aspects to it. And either put on some sport tires or some racing hards and give it a go.
Sure. All right, so Fast Cougar just
I'm a
finishing
fan
up
of
this
the,
outlap, about ready to put the hammer down, see what he can do. What were you going to say, Chuck?
Gonna say I am a fan of front-wheel drive cars in this game. I said it before, my first win came with the front-wheel drive car in a Gran Turismo World Series event.
Nicely done. What car was it?
It was the Sirocco,
Yeah.
and it was that Dragon Trail.
Oh, great combo.
Sirocco is a fun one. I remember doing that same thing.
It was
The Sirocco at Dragon Trail. That was a fun race. That was one of the better ones I've made a video of. I had a really good battle with two other drivers in that race. It was quite satisfying.
Fast Cougar just, I mean, he is smooth. He is looking really smooth.
One other thing I was
making
going to
this
call
look
out on
effort-
this track is that there's a version of this track that's available in the World Circuit that's not available otherwise. And what it is if you watch where Papa's going here, you see that little turnoff right up ahead?
Mm-hmm.
Like that end, there's another version of this track where you go through that little turnoff. But it's not available in lobbies. It's not available. It's only available as a custom race, I think.
It is interesting, and I'd never do the single player stuff, so I wouldn't know. But that's interesting. That's one thing we've talked about a lot. Is there's some of these tracks, and Sal, you and I have talked about it, have other layout options that don't exist in the game. That it's like, man, I wish they would add it. We do have a few that have multiple layouts, but there are definitely more tracks in this game that have alternate layouts. Road Atlanta's the first one that comes to mind, has a really cool short track layout that right after the S's, you cut across to the long straight headed into the chicane at the end of the lap. And that would be a fun one to see in the game. And I only know about, I mean, I've seen it on TV, but my brother was doing iRacing, and he was doing the MX-5 races, and that was one of the layouts they did, the shorter version of Road Atlanta. Circuit of the Americas, which they don't have in this game, NASCAR has started using the alternate layout at Circuit of the Americas as well. Fast Cougar just looking smooth. I can't wait to see. He's at 232.4. I have no idea if that's good or bad, but I'm guessing it's good based on how smooth his driving's been.
Well, Fast Cougar's always been one of the faster drivers that we've seen in the different leagues we've run. So yeah, definitely looking forward to how this time's going to shape up.
And I'll keep you updated on Papa. I switched over to his one, and he is just now going onto the Nordschleifer, finishing the GP circuit. So he is now on the Nord, starting his Green Hell portion of this lap.
I'm sure he's using words that we shouldn't be repeating at this point.
Naturally. I assumed.
track's so narrow. That's what I don't like about it. Not a lot of room to move around.
No,
And
it's not.
Passes.
And that's what, when you talk about racetracks, that's what you would call an old school racetrack. Like F1 was just at Imola, which is a super famous track. That is the track where Ayrton Senna died in his crash. But it is an old school racetrack where it's all about precision and you not making a mistake and waiting for your opponent to make a mistake, because otherwise overtaking is quite difficult. And I was shocked for the F1 race we got on Sunday was epic. It was phenomenal. Everybody was expecting it to be kind of a boring race, but it's one of those where strategy and just precision and skill will get you where you need to go. And so I think we'll see that in the race come Friday night and Saturday is a lot of single file driving and then waiting for somebody to push it a little too hard and touch the grass, and you take advantage.
Yeah, that's usually how it goes here. I mean, the Nurburgring is really suited for time trials. I mean, it very much epitomizes that you race the track, not race your opponents. And yeah, in a number of the laps I've done here, it's been very much just kind of wait to see what other people do. It's trying to race somebody side by side is
not worth it.
Well, yeah, it's not worth it for one, but I mean, even if you were just doing it for fun, it's hard. I mean, again, we were talking about that whole keeping momentum. You know, going side by side or having to battle with somebody through all these twisty sections slows you down so much.
Mm-hmm. And it's hard though. In these Group 3 cars, they do rely on downforce. Like these are downforce cars. Group 4 cars aren't really downforce cars. Group 3 and up, they do rely on downforce. And when you're in dirty air, it affects it. It affects everything you've practiced changes when you're following somebody. And it's so interesting. It was something that I didn't really understand, and then I loved when it was finally explained clearly is, you know, downforce, downforce is grip. And when you remove downforce, you remove grip. And so when you're following behind somebody, you have less grip. And once I understood that, I was like, oh, okay. Yeah, the dirty air, it is turbulent and whatnot, but what it is doing, it is removing the grip from your tires and making it that much harder to turn, to slow down, and to get back on the accelerator. So,
and that turn after the jump there, he kept that thing up at 109, 110, all the way through that section. That's fast. You know, usually, a lot of times you get down into the 100 to 105 range. Keeping it up at 110 is very much a fast move.
Comes into the second carousel. I will say we should stay on board with Fast Cougar. Papa's still been smooth. He hasn't had any incidents. He's going through the first carousel right now, and he gets through very smoothly. So Papa's on a good one. We're going to see what Fast Cougar does.
Yeah.
He's got that long straight. Well, that
part's
part's boring.
Yeah, we'll get back to him when he gets to the end of the straight.
I'll let you know when he gets to the end of the straight. I just switched over so we can stay on Papa. But Papa's been smooth. He's been smooth. Hasn't made any mistakes. His carousel looked good. You can tell he's been practicing, that's for sure. Hopefully we don't curse him with our commentations. All right, Fast Cougar is approaching the end of the straight now. There we go.
This is looking like a pretty good time. This is going to be under 8 minutes. Be well under 8 minutes.
54, 55, 56,
756, 534. That is a respectable time.
That is very good.
That's going to put him up in 4th place on our list once this is wrapped up. Unless Papa beats it. Papa getting through this fast section right now, coming up on this quick right-hander. Followed shortly by the second carousel.
That puts Fast Cougar in P4 currently.
Yup. Papa makes it through the second carousel without too much drama. Trying to get good exit speed here for the long straights. Yeah, Talon was mentioning in the chat here that little off-ramp area, that's where, in real life, where if you pay to take a hot lap here, that's where you come on and off. That's the in and out for just regular people to take their street cars on this course. This section right here.
they have the cones set up so that you don't hit the entrance. Yeah, you can see where they enter right there on his right. I have watched that. That's something. I mean, that's a bucket list thing, right?
Right.
I mean, if you're able to travel there, but I know people who have done it, and it's like I would be terrified. I don't know that I would want to, because you can also, like, you can rent a Volkswagen GTI or a Mini Cooper, or they have those, and you can pay and rent one specifically for driving on the track. And it's like, it's a thing to do. And now that I've driven my Mazda, as Papa does a
806 713. He had been mentioning to me earlier today, an 806 is his best lap, so he matched his best time. They're having a little McLaren chat going on. Let me see. Let's see, an 806 713. That's going to put him 12th. Up into split one territory.
That's looking good. McLaren's enjoying their uninterrupted eye contact. That's really cool.
All right.
Yeah.
That
shakes
set.
Things up. Yep.
Got one guy, Fast Cougar slotted at the top. Papa just a little beyond mid-pack, or a little behind mid-pack here.
And that splits two BMWs there. So it was BMW P3, P4, but now P3 BMW with Banana, then Fast Cougar and P4 in the McLaren, then Oak in the BMW. So spreading out those BMW boys up at the top. Good to see it.
Yeah, PHG Oak was our leader for a while in that BMW before we had some of these others, Jorge, Enigma, and Banana come in. But yeah, McLaren up near the top of the board. We know that car's fast.
Indeed. The Group 3 McLaren, I've never been able to wrap my head around. I haven't tried it in a while, but I struggle a lot with understeer. If a car, which is funny because I do well with front wheel drive cars, but maybe it's just my mindset behind driving them now that I'm saying all this out loud. Maybe I need to change the way I drive the McLaren, which is probably the right thing. But I just struggle so much with the McLaren on exits of corners. And but other people like Papa, like Fast Cougar, they excel with it, and they seem to do better. I love that about this game and just sim racing in general is, different cars suit different people. There's a car that you can't be quick in no matter what. And I mean, unless you just change everything and break it down to focus on that car. But other cars you excel at naturally. And it's fun to see, especially in these manufacturer type races, a car that you might deem not as fast, but ends up being fast in the right hands is always fun to see.
Yeah, absolutely. That's what I was kind of mentioning in the IRO race. We were struggling. My team was struggling with the Porsche, but we were having a hard time wrapping our heads around it because the other Porsche was doing so well. We're like, what are we doing wrong? I mean, the truth is, it just didn't fit our driving style.
Mm-hmm. And driving style is so important. I mean, I talk about F1 a lot because I like F1, and we see that with Red Bull because Max Verstappen is incredible. He is, no doubt about it, one of the greatest drivers to ever live. Whether you like him or not, he's an incredible driver, and the proof of that is how his teammates cannot get their head around that car. And he said himself he struggles with it, but he's so good that he's able to still get the performance, whereas his teammate, like, to get to F1, there's only 20 drivers in the world. They are the best drivers in the world, and his teammates cannot drive that car, but he's able to drive it, and it's crazy to see. And then you see people like Lewis or Carlos Sainz who switch teams, and they're trying to get their head around this new car with a different power unit, different aero design, and watching them, incredible drivers, race winners, Lewis a champion, still struggling to adapt to the new car because their driving style and the car don't necessarily mesh. And that's just a fun thing about motorsport. I do love like single series, like an Indy car. All the cars are technically the same. There's 2 different power units, but overall the cars are the same. So you get much closer racing, but it's fun to see in these other series where the cars aren't the same, how different drivers can excel or be bad depending on what car they're in and the situations. It's a cool and unique thing about motorsport that I like.
Yeah, that's the thing. I mean, it's who can wrangle what, does play a lot into it. I mean, there's certainly times where you put 2 drivers in 2 cars they're not good with, and let them race, and then you just have them switch, and they're both faster, but the competitive, can be about the same.
Yeah. And that's what I want to see, the top drivers, because Kyle Larson has a famous quote saying he thinks he's a better race car driver than Max Verstappen. Yeah, right, guy. But anyways, maybe at ovals, I believe it. But I think I want to see these top drivers. I want to see the champions from like drivers who have won a championship at NASCAR, drivers that have won a championship in all these different series, IndyCar, IMSA, WEC, F1. I want to see them all get into a go-kart and see what happens at a go-kart race, I think that would be I guess weight affects that, so maybe not. Maybe like an F3 or some lower class car and see who comes out on top.
It'd be really interesting. It'd be really interesting putting them all in something that they haven't used before.
Yes.
And see how they adapt to it. Like that would be cool. I mean, like a go-kart, but there are a number of drivers who start in karting, so they might have that advantage there, but
you want my perspective, bring back IROC.
Yeah. The IROC would be a cool series to see everybody in, for sure. I was going to say, like, the MX-5 or the GR86 Cup, those low-powered, all-about momentum cars. It would be fun to see because they would all have fun. They would all love it. But I think we would see some of the most aggressive, intense racing that anybody's ever seen to put them all together.
Why am I reminded of the video that's been circulating on social media where Carl Edwards actually beat Michael Schumacher in what is basically the equivalent of an IROC race? Yeah.
I haven't seen that.
Yeah.
I'm not familiar. I believe it. Yeah. That would be interesting because it's true. Some of these drivers, especially in F1, there's some of them that are so specific to F1, like that's been their journey, has been single seaters. So you put them in something different and they don't do as well. But then there's tons, like we were talking prior to the stream, Antonio Giovinazzi is a former F1 driver. He didn't make it in F1 and he's a Le Mans champion, and then you look at Max Verstappen and he also excels in GT cars and hypercars. He can do it all. So different drivers. Oh, as real Sean Man puts it in the wall there. In the Toyota concept?
Yep. And we got Leo in here. Hey, Leo, if you're listening, don't suck.
Don't suck, Leo. Leo, Las Vegas.
Now, interesting. Leo's in a lobby with another guy who also is running an Army livery. I wonder if they planned that.
Green.
We know Leo's a big Army guy.
So I just sent you a link where it's Michael Schumacher.
Okay.
It mentioned in the chat, Real Sean Man is on Racing Mediums. I wonder if he knows that.
Oh yeah, because it does say Racing Mediums required in the settings, because that's what confused me. That's why I asked. But all tires are available. So in that case, when all tires are available, when it comes to qualifying, use the fastest tire. And then when it comes to the race, they know they have to use the mediums.
Yo.
In that Mazda, you know what? I'm so glad that we don't have audio, on our end because I don't want to hear this stupid thing screaming at me. This entire lap. Sorry, viewers who do have to hear it. I'm glad, but no, I'm a Mazda boy too. So
very much, America-centric, but I do like my Mazdas. And
zoom, baby.
There you go.
Well, and also Mazda did partner with Ford. The Ford Escape and the Mazda Tribute are the exact same car. There are some and the Mazda pickup truck and the Ford Ranger back in the day. It's not the case anymore, but back in the day they did partner together. So there is some link there between Mazda and Ford, which I don't know if you guys know.
What do I think?
Chuck likes Fords.
My God, with the name like Mustang, Chuck.
He's into horses, y'all. He's into horses.
Actually,
He identifies as a thoroughbred.
Thoroughbred, baby. But I do love a Mazda. I myself have a 2006 MX-5, the NC.
You just got
which
that,
I will
didn't
be.
you?
I got it about a year ago. I got it running smoothly. Oh! Big crash by Real Sean Man. Big crash. Entering into the Nordschleifer. He just got on the throttle a bit too heavy here as he finishes going through the chicane. He's in second gear. Oh, he understeers, and then that was awkward.
I wonder if that was some either net code or lag in the lobby that. I wonder if he actually hit the wall or not.
No, yeah. At least on the right side, there's no damage, but on the left, there's definitely damage, for sure. But yeah, so I got it about a year ago, and then recently, it needed a lot of work, and so I just got it to the point where it passed inspection. It's all legal. It drives very reliably. There's no more leaks. My driveway isn't the same, but the car's looking good. And so I actually, not this weekend, but next weekend, which is why I am not available to do any broadcasting next weekend, I'm doing autocross, where they set up the cones and you do the time trials. So I'm excited to get it out and autocross it, because it is so much fun to drive.
It's a nimble little car, right?
It really is, and you can just rip it around and get the back end out and catch it one-handed, no issues. It makes you look like a badass, really. And you're just zipping around, and it's a lot of fun. I put a full catback exhaust on it. It already had an intake on it when I bought it. I replaced the front hub bearings because they were bad, and if you got over 30 miles an hour, the steering wheel would shake violently. Replaced the transmission seal and filter and all that fun stuff. And the only thing is it doesn't have AC, and now we're in the hundreds, so it's not so fun to drive at the moment. But when you got the top down and you're moving, it's quite a lot of fun.
I was going to say, that's like a requirement that you have the top down in that kind of heat.
Yep. It really is. And it's a blast. I started to get a farmer's tan. So now when I'm driving places, I wear a tank top, and then I bring a shirt with me. So that my shoulders get the sun too, and then I throw the shirt on when I get to work or wherever.
Well, depending on the length of the trip, you may need to make sure you got some sunblock.
Yeah, I always wear a hat. Well, when we went to Coda, me and my buddy, neither of us wore a hat on the way there, and oh my gosh, our faces got blasted. At one point, I just drove next to an 18-wheeler slowly so that we would be shaded by the trailer. The trailer was acting as our sunscreen. Leo's keeping it on track for the most part. He's had a few little excursions, but nothing major.
Yeah, they're still on their outlap, so I would hope that these guys are taking it a bit easy. Got to remember to just sort of get this around, save those tires.
Indeed. And these are both rear-wheel drive cars with exceptional amount of power.
Right.
They're actually pretty similar looking too. Which
Well, they're
wouldn't
both
be the
VGTs, so
ah. 'Cause I was gonna
Yeah.
say it's not the first time Mazda and Toyota have collaborated. The Corolla or the Scion IM, which was the hatchback, was essentially a Mazda 3, and the previous versions of the Yaris / Scion IA / Mazda 2 are all the exact same car. The newer Yarises are different, but there was a period where it was the Yaris, the Scion IA, and Mazda 2 were all the same car. So I really enjoy those brand collaborations. Like we have the Supra and the BMW Z4. We had Talon. Shout out to Talon. We have the Eagle Talon and Mitsubishi Eclipse, or the 3000 GT and the Dodge Stealth. You had a bunch of those crossover collabs, and I think those are fun. It's a good way for manufacturers to do different things that they, either couldn't get the board to say, yeah, go spend all your money on that. They're like, well, what if we partner with like Toyota did with Subaru? What if we partner with Subaru and come out with the Scion IA, Toyota 86, and Subaru BRZ? And that was a huge success. And I just saw somebody pop into the lobby. I don't know if y'all saw that.
Yep.
We got the one and only
I saw that.
McNaughty in the building.
Let's see. We should be able to do that, can't we?
Yeah, let me see if I can pull it up here.
I did it better. There we go. Was that through OBS?
No, that's just right in Discord.
In Discord? What? No way. That's fun.
Well,
Or it's like
Discord,
a-
it just has the air horn, so you just have to press it at the right cadence to get the.
Oh, you have to fair. That's awesome.
There we go. Entertaining the people with quality audio in order to circumvent the Mazda.
Air quote quality audio.
Man, these outlaps sure do take a long time.
Yep. Oh, geez, we've got
We should,
3 different people on deck for the next
yeah.
qualifying session. People are finally starting to come out. It was a bit of a slow start, but they're coming out in force now.
Everybody's off work. They've taken their naps and had some din-din. Had a little practice and are ready to rock and roll. Now, is McNaughty going to be in the AMG? That's what I'm curious about. He's definitely not going to be in the BMW.
You wouldn't think.
You wouldn't think.
He's typically
Well,
in
he
the
is-
AMG.
He is competitive, though. Yeah, he is competitive, though. He does
Right.
like to win.
So Leo is
Um,
on his hot lap. So it's the real deal now.
Let's go, Leo, Las Vegas. Keep it tight, keep it tight. This part's so much fun and so frustrating at the same time.
Right. You can take it so wide, but what I've been finding is that you can lose it as you're going wide. I don't remember that being a problem before, but
Yeah, it got a little more slippery out there than it used to be.
well, either that or it's that I'm using the Corvette. Maybe that's just a Corvette.
Ah, fair enough. This is one of my favorite. This left and right here is a lot of fun. I like anywhere where you have to kind of dance a little bit on the pedals. I'm a big fan of that, where it's like it's not necessarily heavy brake or full throttle. It's a little bit of both to try to get the car where you want it to be.
Leo about to enter the Nordschleifer. This is where the test really begins.
Keeps it on track, doesn't hit the wall. Good to see. Coming down the hill, nope, slight lift, ever so slightly. Coming around, Looking good, looking smooth.
Real Seanman coming up to the Nordschleifer. He had a problem with that on the outlap. Let's see if he can be a little smoother this time.
It is an awkward corner because it's uphill, it's slightly cambered, and then it tilts the other way on the exit.
Right, it gives you that bump. Like if you're on the throttle too hard, when you hit that bump, it'll spin you around. But it looks like he made it through clean that time.
He's looking real smooth. Can he keep it?
Well, I was just gonna say, Leo's coming up to a heavy braking zone here. See how he gets through this little hairpin.
Gosh, that car looks like it's going fast. Looking good so far. A little bit of curve on the exit.
To help me out with this, since you seem to good knowledge of Mazdas and all that, but I happen to remember day my dad bought a brand new, and he's obviously, but bought a new Ford Probe GT.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. One of those things where it was like, oh yeah, this is gonna be the new Mustang, and obviously here's Mustang enthusiasts kind of got up in arms about it, like what's going on. And you want to
the
talk more about that?
I had a friend who had a Probe. It was like a burgundy, like purple maroonish color, and the Probe was in the 90s. Honda was dominating everything, right? Like Honda was, especially with young people, Honda was the thing, and the Probe, much like the Focus, what the Probe came before, was designed, I think, to deter people away from to be a competitor in the JDM market of the Hondas, the Toyotas, and the Mazdas, and even the Nissans. And so that's kind of what the Probe's purpose was. But like a lot of the cars in that era made in the American market, they weren't great. They served their purpose, but I don't know if they shared anything with any other platform. But I've definitely ridden in and driven a Ford Probe. But I thought they were good looking cars. You know, kind of fun. Pop-up headlights, right? Yep, pop-up headlights. So that kind of
headlights, yep.
Yeah, kind of to compete there with the RX-7, that era of car, in my opinion, was a good-looking car.
I always loved what the Ford Probe looked like. I mean, I'm not.
Yeah.
I've been a vocal non-Ford fan, but the Probe was one of the ones that I really enjoyed back in the day. It looks like we got a beehive raid here. Beehive all coming in to watch the qualifying. Thanks, Bracey, for dropping on in.
And it was a collaboration with Mazda. You're right. It was a collaboration. So they used some Mazda stuff to get it, and yep, borrowed from the FC Series RX-7. So there were some similarities based on the MX-6. I had a friend who had the MX-6, which is a little more bubbly and more of a hatchback than the Probe was. But yeah, it was, to compete with that JDM market, that was all the rage during that time. And thank you for the raid, Beehives.
Thank you, B.
Hello, everybody.
Papa joining us in the booth. How you feeling after that qualifying effort?
I can breathe and my eyes aren't dried out.
I noticed you met your personal best time that you were talking with me earlier in 8:06. That's got to feel good.
At the 8:06. Still 10 seconds slower than Fast Cougar, though. He's in the McLaren.
Hey, he proves the McLaren is fast, so there is room you can improve. You didn't hit the ceiling.
Yeah. I mean, the race is going to be a little different than qualifying, so...
Oh, yeah.
I think the first 2 laps of the race are going to play into my hand.
Yeah, the rain. The McLaren's going to be good in the rain, so you'll need to see if you can take advantage of that.
Should be entertaining. Be good races, that's for sure. A lot of strats possible.
We got Savino in the chat asking about the league here. So really quickly, we do have pinned in the chat up at the top. We do have the link to the Papa's House of Game website and specifically to the Season 2 page. So you can read up on what the league's about. You can see the schedule. And also at the bottom is the registration. So you just have to fill out the registration to join the league. And then it's just a matter of you need to send a friend request to Shaggy so that you can join the qualifying lobby. Obviously, qualifying is going on right now and will go on for another hour and 45 minutes today. It will be going on again tomorrow for 4 hours from 6 to 10 p.m. Central. All you have to do is join one of those qualifying sessions in order to be set up for the races that happen on Friday and Saturday. Depending on how you qualify will determine which split you'll be in, and then which day you'll race. And yes, Savino, you could go check the website. You can register right now. Choose what manufacturer you want to run. This is a Manufacturers Cup style league. So yeah, choose what car you want to run in Group 3 for Nurburgring and just show up to the qualifying lobby.
Leo across the line.
That is Leo.
With an 810.293.
Write that in wrong.
I want to see a lot of people qualifying.
810.
How many do we have qualified tonight?
We
got
are
a good feeling that
these two
you guys
are number
gonna
21
be
and 22.
22, so only about a third of the people registered
inundated.
qualified. Get in here, y'all.
Well, and I think we have 3 people on deck. McNaughty joined. He's waiting to start. And I think there's 2 others sitting in the lobby waiting to join the next session as well. So
That puts Leo at P13 overall and the number 2 for the Mazdas. The other Mazda driver is Racer 51.
Got an 836.771 for real Shanman, who also goes flying off in turn 1.
So that puts real Shanman and P20 in the Toyota.
Let me just reiterate.
Marshall's just stand there.
I was faster than Leo.
Oh, you weren't just faster than Leo. You were 4 seconds ahead of Leo. That's a lifetime away.
Leo. What happened, Leo? All right, y'all. I'm going to get back to my own stream. Thank you for the broadcast. Thanks for keeping up with things.
Thank you, Papa. Good job, man.
Yeah, thanks for stopping in. Well done.
Absolutely.
Yep. We got quite a few people in this lobby. We got McNaughty, RW, Jersey, Cole Trickle, and RSR Zilla.
I think Cole said he was just
a lot of fast people right there
spectating, but yeah, the rest of these guys, if they're putting in qualifying, this could be a fast qualifying session.
Cole better get in there and qualify.
You heard him, Cole.
Get
in there and qualify.
And go off of what we were talking about earlier, TK. I actually learned to drive stick shift on a Ford Probe. It was my dad's Ford Probe.
That's fun. Yeah, that's cool. I learned to drive a stick. My brother had a 98 Acura Integra Special Edition, and that's what I learned to drive stick on. And then got a 96 Honda Accord 5-speed was my first car. But yeah, my cousin in St. Louis they were all into the street racing. The Fast and the Furious changed our lives, hands down. And we're all in the street racing scene, and one of his buddies had the Probe. And I'd never seen one or never really paid attention to one in person before, and I thought it was a cool car. And I'm looking at it right now, and I'm like, yeah, I see where they got the inspiration and stuff from the FC series RX-7, the MX-6, and yeah, right here it was trying to compete with the Integra, the 200 SX, the Celica, so it definitely fit that mold. I think they did a better job with the Focus when they came out with that first gen Focus. Really nailed that Honda style as far as how they drive. Was really cool. But you don't see too many probes these days.
Like McNaughty is running the Lamborghini.
Interesting.
Wasn't expecting that.
No. Cool livery.
Oh, that looks like an RJ special on that car.
I like that.
Got to ask McNaughty if he's picked a car number for this series. He's got the 32 on the side, but I know that's a number that RJ typically uses. I don't know if McNaughty's fond of a different number.
I always had a favorite number, and then I played soccer growing up, and then I switched to goalkeeper, and keepers are either 0 or 1, so it didn't really matter what my favorite number was. I was either a 0 or a 1 all the way through. But before I became a goalkeeper, I always liked the number 3 or the number 7.
Like RSR Zilla with a sweet looking livery too.
Line.
Zilla in the RCF, yeah. It's become a popular car, the Lexus. That's for sure.
Yes, it has.
It's honestly, as someone who's you've seen this in real life too, right, Sal? The RCF.
Yes.
It's one hell of a good sounding car. That's a beefy V8. Like that. Like the Corvette sounds great. The AMG I think sounds really good, and then there's this thing, and it's like, it sounds like pure American muscle.
It's weird. It was totally unexpected when I went and saw it and heard it for the first time. I was expecting it to sound like the LFA, like a Formula One car, and it does. Like you said, it sounds very much like a American muscle car. And I was like, "What is this?"
It is a deep, throaty V8. And it sounds good. I love going to the IMSA and WEC. It's like the Cadillac is the best sounding GTP LMH car for sure, and then the Lexus and the Corvette are probably the best sounding GT3 cars. If you like that deep, that sounds different than everything else sound.
Right. Well, and the Aston Martin has that low rumble to it too.
It's just not as loud. It has a low rumble. It doesn't yell at you.
Yep.
Like, that thing yells at you. And the Corvette, I was so happy when I was at the GT World Challenge the other week, and both Corvettes drove past me while I was filming, and they both, as they went by me, revved their engines for me. And I was just like, yes! That sounds so good!
It looks like Jersey is going to be running the Toyota.
Let's go places.
And
so the
RW is in another BMW. BMW being popular.
The M. I want them to add the M4 to this game, because the GT3 M4 might be my favorite GT3 car current modern GT3. It was the AMG. Corvette's up there, but the M4 is another one of those that sounds really good, and it looks mean. It looks angry with that big front grille. Would love to see them add that to the game. I know people want the newer Ferrari and a couple others, but the M4 is at the top of my list for GT3 cars to be added.
All right, I'm going to step away for just a minute before this qualifying gets started. I am good to go for the session.
Alrighty. So Chuck, you said you have a Focus ST or RS?
No, I have an ST.
ST.
You know, I would love to have an RS, but you know, chances and all that stuff. Man,
I know.
I love my ST.
STs, they're fun cars. What year is it?
Man, I love it. Occasionally, decide to put my foot into it. Man, it's a fun car.
Little cars with a bit of power is where it's at for daily drive. Like if nobody needs a race car on the road. I'm sorry. Like, yeah, it's cool. It would be great to have a 911 or an AMG or an M, whatever. But as far as like daily driving, it is so much fun to have the smaller car with a bit of power. As we are joined by none other than PHG Pyro. How are you, sir?
How
you guys doing? I just jumped in to be nosy.
Yeah, be nosy. We welcome.
Who's streaming?
I am Salamander. I got the stream running.
I'm gonna join the stream now to look and watch and stuff. Oh, you watching the qualifiers?
Yep.
Yes,
we got
sir.
day 2 of qualifying going on.
You are currently sitting P8, or no, P7. You're P7 with a 7-minute 57-second .931 in the Genesis. So you qualified yesterday. Any insight for us?
I had a bad lap. I actually went off. In the chat, we were saying that you should get 3 laps. Actually, you don't. With these strategies, I think they should have made it maybe 24 minutes. That would have been better. That way, you can, run the first lap and then pit so you can burn some fuel and then come out and run your second lap and then be able to put in a better lap. But overall, it's the Nurburgring, it's the green hell, so you have to drive balls to the wall. You have to put your foot down and be confident. You have one shot, so it's kind of hard being confident and cautious at the same time, but you just got to do it.
Indeed, and that's the struggle. Like, yeah, it could have been to where do 2 laps, but that adds extra time. And then I like the one shot option. It's tough. It's a challenge.
Oh, boy.
I didn't do well. I did a practice one and I went off twice, but it's fun to see because I know we have some fast drivers who are going to fall down the order for sure. It's looking like you're going to be safe in that top split, but there's definitely some drivers who we would have expected them to be in top split, but because of what you were just saying of being cautious and aggressive at the same time, it's going to be a challenge. It's fun to see, though.
Yeah, during my lap, I actually went off track, I think once or twice, but to still put in a sub 8 minute is decent. Not as good as I would have liked, but it was decent.
I would say it's more than decent. Maybe not ideal, but I think anything under 8 minutes is a solid time. I mean, obviously we have some drivers putting in Jorge 7:49, which I think is just insane. But is that a Doritos livery from CBR? Surprise, surprise! CBR coming at us with some food.
Yeah, we got 6 drivers in this qualifying session, so things have definitely picked up.
The whole purpose of me wanting to stay in top split is actually so Jorge's who's boss.
Well, we want to see it. Now, we did get a taste of it in NRL. We got to see Jorge. I love that Jorge and Wid were in separate days, right? For Division A and NRL. That was fun to see. And Wid dominate for the most part. Division A on Saturday. Jorge dominating on Friday night, and then see them go head to head was a lot of fun to see.
Yeah, that's awesome.
And it's fun. I remember the first time I met Jorge, I didn't know he was part of PHG at the time, and he hopped in my lobbies I do every Tuesday, and we were doing some type of road car on sport tires, and this Jorge Senior pops in. At the time, he didn't have PHG on his PSN, and he just, like, the people who were fast, he just made them look slow. we were
Jorge
like,
could
"Who
drive
is
anything.
this?
Jorge
Who
could
is
drive a
this
camel.
guy?" Yeah, he definitely.
He could drive anything. Jorge could drive a camel. He's fast. He's fast. I wish Jorge would have been in that McLaren race.
Oh yeah, for sure.
That
was a tough one. Oh man, nightmares.
That's what we like to attract. That's what we like to attract here in PHG is great racers, better people, really fast.
Absolutely.
Guys and gals who know what they're doing on the track, but we know what right looks like.
Mm-hmm. And it's nice to see because it's like, and he is super nice guys, just like you, Pyro, and all these other super fast people. It's fun to pick y'all's brain and talk to y'all and get advice, and people opening up practice lobbies and sharing. Is that my buddy PHG Turbo? Oh my goodness! Can I get a for Turbo?
One thing I learned
there.
One thing. One thing I plan on doing for this tournament, which is not something I normally do, is actually practicing.
Yeah, there you go. It's amazing what it'll do for you.
That would help.
Because I normally just run in there and just do it.
Yeah.
But for the tournament, I actually plan on practicing. I'll at least get at least 4 hours. At least get 4 hours on track.
And it'll make a difference. It will. I mean, I'm not a very competitive person. I like to just jump in and have fun. But I have found with certain things, in some of the PHG stuff, like I did one in season 2, the Red Bull Ring in the rain, and it was like, you know what, I should practice this. And it worked. It worked out well. I came in P3. It was definitely worth it. But practice is just so boring. It's just so boring.
Gotta have the Spotify hooked up to the PSN.
There you go. You got the right tunes.
Or if you got I actually prefer to listen to podcasts.
Oh, that's even better.
Or one of my other things that I do very frequently is I'll use my Pulse Elite headphones and I'll have my AirPods on underneath and catch the YouTubers that's streaming. It actually helps me out a lot because I race in VR, so I have no data whatsoever. So if like there's streamers in my lobby, I'll visit their page to find out like who's in the pits and what else is going on.
Bro, you are the same kind of guys, man. I'm in VR myself, 100% totally.
Yeah, I have no idea what's happening most of the time. I don't know who's in the pits until we pass them or how far I am. That's one of the big things that helped me out during the McLaren race was listening to what was happening.
Yeah, when you can have the broadcast in your ear. It's like having an engineer. And some people do that. I did some multi-class racing not too long ago, and my brother is really into stats and stuff like that, and he had all the streams pulled up and was feeding information going on, had different streams pulled up, and it's amazing what that'll do. And I know in NRL, Lead Pencil had some engineers in his ear helping him out, and it makes a difference. I want to point out McNaughty is, I wouldn't even say babying, he's like infanting. I don't know what the word is, but he is going so slow on his outlap to take care of these tires.
I think he's just using auto drive and just letting the auto drive take him
not
around.
a good strategy.
I was like, man, he is going so slow.
That's not.
If it makes sense to me, his tires so we can.
Yeah. See, for me, I'm not good enough at this track. I need my outlap as a practice lap.
Yeah, especially on the Nurburgring. I mean,
but if you're confident,
I'm relatively new to racing, right? I've only been racing since GT7 came out,
Oh wow.
So, and only racing with the wheel since the Fanatec DD Pro came out. It's essentially my first wheel. So, in order to learn, I didn't want to learn the track. I wouldn't do the Nurburgring, but they had it on GTWS. So, the entire 4 days, I think it was, until the race, I did the circuit experience first and golded everything and just consistently ran laps on this track with the Genesis, which is typically the car everyone's accustomed to me driving, but I was going to move to Supra because the Genesis has been nerfed so bad, but I decided, you know what, it's the Nürburgring, let me go to what I'm accustomed to, because the Genesis is definitely not an easy car to drive.
No,
whatsoever.
Not at all.
Yeah, that thing gets tail happy, doesn't it?
Yeah. See, the thing about the Genesis and why I chose it initially is because it was a high risk, high reward car, where the acceleration of the cars was, as far as the FR cars, hands down, it's the fastest accelerating car. As far as the FRs go, it could even keep up with or accelerate with faster than a lot of the MR cars. But at the top end, it was one of the only cars that could keep up with the Supra and even pass it in the slip. So the benefits to driving it was like high risk, high reward, where the risk is you can spin out at any moment because you have to accelerate in second gear. It's the fastest. But the reward was the acceleration and the top end. But since the update and they nerfed it, it's almost like the BMW is beating me on straights.
Interesting.
Yeah, it's wicked what they did to my baby.
As we noticed, Jersey's in the pits, but now he comes out. That's interesting. He's not going to get enough time, or is he going to?
No, he's
There's
not going
no
to be able
way.
to set a hot lap that way.
Yeah.
Nope.
Not sure what happened there. I think he was thinking maybe he could get, like you were saying earlier, Pyro, maybe get 2 laps in, but
Yep.
well, that's that. Maybe Jersey just wants to be in bottom split, but wanted to show up. So,
Yeah,
I mean, I can't blame him. 'Cause what's that, Chuck?
100. Yeah. 100. Pyro, I can beyond how they have done Beloved Mustang. In the bop up.
Yeah, they have. I mean, the Mustang's always been pretty hard to drive, though.
Yeah. I've driven, what was it, a 20, so for work I bought a 2019 5.0 6-speed, and I had to take it to the dealer for a warranty issue, and I was blown away that in 4th gear I was spinning the tires in 4th gear.
Oh wow.
Because that thing, I'm not an American car guy, but I gotta say, the modern 5.0 Mustang is something else on the streets. I was driving it to the dealership, just spinning the tires. I want to point out, RWU just passed someone on track. Who was that?
Jersey. He passed Jersey.
Okay, Jersey's on the outlap. Okay. So ran into a little traffic, but Jersey got out of the way.
Wait a minute. McNaughty's in a Lamborghini?
Yep.
Yeah.
What
We
was
were
he
wondering
thinking?
the same thing. But he's now on his hot lap.
Maybe he's concerned about the rain races. No, I think there's only 3 or 4 of them,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah,
Because the
Shaggy was saying
Lamborghinis.
earlier that every track that has rain available will have rain.
Okay, so it's gonna rain on the Nürburgring.
believe it'll start with rain at the Nurburgring. He said a few laps it'll stay wet. So, and then the Group 4 Lambo is a good car. I mean, it's not as good as it was prior to the update, but we know the all-wheel drive Group 4 cars do well.
The Genesis is Group 4.
Yep.
The thing is, I'm going to do terrible in the Group 4 races. I'm sure of that. Group 4 is not my thing. I don't like it.
Yeah. It's completely different. Group 4 and Group... it depends on the track for me. Like, there's some tracks I don't want Group 3 or I don't want Group 4. But I think Group 4 at Interlagos, that's what we have next round. We just had that in a daily, so we saw the GTR was pretty dominant. But you can get away with any of the all-wheel drive cars, really. The Genesis has proven to be very strong at Red Bull Ring right now.
Yeah.
I've been using the Mazda 3, and I haven't won anything. I've come close to winning, but I've always moved forward because that Mazda 3 has power.
Yes, it does.
So I've been having fun.
Driving that in VR, it really bothers me because it's right hand drive, so it's like awkward.
Yeah, I didn't even think about that.
Yeah, I can attest to that, but I'm sure Pyro, you can agree that there's nothing beats driving game in VR.
Ooh, McNaughty spun out.
Oh no.
Oh yeah, McNaughty spun out.
Hard.
Uh-oh.
Hard. And I believe I think Jersey's going to get another chance. He kind of didn't understand what was going on. As we go on board here with McNaughty coming up. Oh, he just carried too much speed, and that's what we were talking about earlier. You have to think 5 corners ahead here, especially in this section. If you are offline at that first corner, then that's what happens. And
that was that high-speed left-hander going into the hairpin, and if you go too wide and your tires just touch the grass in that heavy braking zone, it'll send your car around. It looks like that's what happened.
Indeed. And I think Jersey's going to get another go at this because he misunderstood what was going on. I saw in the chat there, he thought he was able to do something differently, and so
McNaughty's coming on the slowest part of the race. He's at mid-hit miss. Here it is, the slowest part of the track right here.
Yep.
Let's see how he does with these elevation changes heading into Mickey Lauda curb.
Yeah, slow down. I love how you can really just get on it right here. Just get on it. Go, go, go. A slight slow down and then get back on it again.
Coming up over that hill, though, you got to watch it because you can lose the rear end of the car.
Let's see how fast he gets on the accelerator at Mickey Lauda curb right here. All right, he broke at the later. Right on.
Look good.
All right, he took that well. He actually braked a bit late. Normally, I use the, there's a blue line on the floor there.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see if he takes Bravery Corner flat out.
I tried to in the Porsche. It didn't work out for me. I was brave, but I failed.
Yeah, Bravery Corner is... Woo.
Looks like we got slope rods.
He lifts. And he still goes off.
The long straight here. Did McNaughty go off again?
Yeah,
a little bit,
fine.
yeah.
He kept
okay.
He
has a little damage though.
Yeah, he went into the wall. So we got, what is that? Slowpoke roads, RD double. Yeah, see.
He did just go off.
That is a positive about the Nurburgring. While it punishes you, a lot of the time you can keep pointing in the right direction, and you really don't lose that much. I mean, you do if you're trying to battle for pole, But when you're just trying to battle for split, if you can stay pointed in the right direction.
McNalty's at the highest part of the track. Let's see what he does.
We got Slowpoke Rods finishing up his hot lap. Let's see what kind of time he's got.
He got,
It's like an
818.
818.743.
Ouch. A little over 20 seconds.
And our doubles gets just under an 8 minute with a 7:59.670.
And where's Zilla? Zilla's coming up as well.
Yep, just finishing off the hot lap, getting onto the straight. It's like
In
it'll
that
be
Lexus.
a little over 8 minutes.
803, not bad.
803.
803.927.
McNalty's.
Turbo's on the straight now. Turbo in the Porsche. I was kind of surprised to see that. I know he does love the 911, as I do too. Turbo and I have a lot of similarities in our driving. He is faster than me, but we're good teammates. He
Should be a
helps me out
little
lot.
over. It's about a
What do you think?
808 maybe.
808 and heartbreaks.
I think it's gonna be an 808. No,
Yeah, 805.
805. Yeah,
804. Y'all both wrong.
yeah.
And Turbo's also in VR. He's another VR driver. Well done, Turbo.
McNalty with an 820.
Ooh, that
Sure,
hurts.
this will be a qualifying effort for him to forget. But all that means is
Oh no,
he'll
it's gonna be
dominate one of
worse
the
than an
lower
820.
splits.
Ooh.
And straight here.
Yeah,
Yeah.
McNalty did horribly.
Which is crazy because he just did, as Sal had also done, the big 24-hour race, but he was not in the Lambo when he did that.
825,
But he looks good doing it.
824. Ouch.
24.
That's right. Let's get those yellow flags out there.
It's nerve.
We have 26 drivers who have qualified so far. Jersey did not set a time in that one. I believe he will run again. But of that run, RW, does anybody know who that is? He's just new? RW? Hey, that rhymed. Didn't do it on purpose.
I am not familiar with that driver.
So 7:59 is the only driver under 8 minutes during that session. RW. Then we have Zilla, Turbo, Slowpoke Road, CBR, McNaughty. I like it when we have, more than 2 drivers in a qualifying lobby. That's fun.
Yeah, yes it is. I qualified with Shaggy.
Well, I don't know if that was fun or not. No,
it's very
Shaggy's
fun.
good. Shaggy's fun. I've luckily gotten to race with him quite a bit, and it's always a good race when Shaggy's in there.
We did manufacturers together. I tried to get him to join a party chat. Would have helped him out a bit. But I don't know what happened. The next thing I know, Shaggy's 12 places behind me.
Oh no!
Yeah. I said,
Oh no!
oh, wanted to help.
Oh no!
Yeah.
no.
Exactly.
Yep. Someone took Shaggy out.
Sounds about right.
It looks like we've got Jersey's going to get another shot at this, like we mentioned earlier. And it looks like we got T-Rex arms in here. We saw T-Rex arms during the charity event.
I got a big head and little arms.
Typically rocking a Jurassic Park style livery. We'll see if he does the same.
I imagine so.
I'm anxious
As
to
he
see that.
hashtags Jurassic Park.
Anytime problem is either my husband or somebody else. I'm the grandma. I'm going to do everything I can do to help you. Whether you have my grandchild.
Who's got TV going on in the back room?
Me, sorry, I'll fix that right now.
I was like, what is he watching?
Divorce court. No, not divorce court. It's a court show.
Court show. Now,
Well,
what had happened was...
hoping my Corvette brethren will be coming in soon.
Can't find a better Dan. That was a
looks like they're
solid
just
showing.
I got them on another chat. It sounds like Skellington's just getting warmed up, and then them two will be heading over.
Excellent. I gotta take a quick break, y'all. I'll be right back, and I'll let you know when I'm back.
The same way. BRB.
All right. Let's get these guys entered into...
Don't worry, I'm still here.
Awesome.
Enjoying watching a couple of these lap times. Hopefully, I am safe to stay in top split.
Yeah, I think after today, we'll have a good idea, as to where everybody's going to be sitting.
Yeah, there's 71 racers.
We've had 26 qualifiers so far, and you are currently P7 on that list. But we have, I believe, 61 people registered on the website. So now we know not all of them are going to qualify for the first race, but
Is my can you still hear my TV or no?
I don't hear it.
Perfect.
All right, looks like T-Rex Arms running the Alfa Romeo. As we
That's
expected
bold.
in a Jurassic Park livery. Let's get a shot of this thing. I think
And I
that's
have
I think that's the
guest appearance
Jurassic
from
Park
Bentley
2
the Cat.
style.
A guest appearance from Bentley the Cat.
All right, looks like they're hitting it already. Right, Oak in the chat asking where he's at in the standings. He is currently P5. Like Jersey heading out. He's now been educated, knows how to do this one, so I'll be anxious to see how this turns out. Had those couple of extra warm-up laps.
All right. Back.
Okay, we
Welcome
have
back,
okay, Papa says RW is with RSR.
RW?
Yes. He's with RSR. Jersey in the Supra. Like you said, T-Rex Arms in the Alpha. Let's see what Jersey can do. I think he's babying his tires as well.
Yeah, that's been the strategy, is baby those tires on the hot lap or on the out lap. Maybe even burn
Papa.
some fuel and then see what what kind of a blazer you can put down on that second lap. I mean, some of the cars like the McLaren are better on tires, so they don't have to save as much. The ones that can really burn the tires off, they really got to go slow on this out lap. Now, thankfully, there is a lot of time. You can burn off 3-4 minutes and still get your hot lap in.
Yeah, everyone's strategy will be a little different with the qualifying.
Absolutely.
As far as whether they baby their tires or they want to hurry up and get their lap done as fast as possible to use it kind of as a warm up.
Yeah, I think we saw that yesterday. Jorge was putting down a time that some people in chat were saying, well, that's faster than any time I've done, and that's his warm-up.
Yeah, that 749 was impressive.
Yeah, absolutely.
My thing was, I was more concerned with the fuel than the tires. I knew no matter what, my tires will be good for a lap, especially like looking at the wear as you go along through the lap. I knew it wasn't going to be a big issue for me, even though the Genesis isn't exactly the best when it comes to tire wear. I knew I had enough. It was going to be enough for me to get through it. I really wish that we had time to complete 3 full laps. Then I would have went as fast as I could and went into the pits the second lap, so I can. Well, after the first lap, I would have went straight to the pits there. That way, I can change tires with less fuel in the car and grind my lap out a little faster. But all in all, it worked out.
Yeah, I think the thought process there was that these are, because the out lap and the main lap are so long, that once you add a third lap in there and then give people enough time to do it and spread out, it just makes it drag on too long. I think Shaggy just needed to try to speed things up so we could actually get through everybody, rather than making it so each qualifying session taking 30 minutes. They already take about 20.
Yeah. But essentially, what was mentioned in the track was that in the chat on the Discord was that we would have time for 3 laps.
Oh, I don't remember seeing that. Okay.
Yeah, that's what was initially mentioned in the chat. So I think Jack and Dan will jump in the Vetter Dan will jump in the next lap.
All right.
What do you think?
Corvette's coming up.
You think we see? Oh, we're gonna see him in the Corvette.
Yep.
See how that works out.
Yeah, there's going to be 4 of us running the Corvette this season. Vetter Dan, Jack Skellington, myself, and Fernando Button.
How many people will be running the Genesis?
Good question. I think we've seen 2 so far. Or no, we've seen 1, 2, 3, 4 so far. And we're on day 2, so, law of averages could be up to 8.
What car was Jorge in? I wonder. Let me go up.
Jorge was in the BMW.
Oh, cheater.
Yeah, there's been a number of BMWs. We've had Jorge, Banana, Oak, RW, and TA Calvert have all been in BMWs. It's such a long out lap to kind of get your mind right in time for the hot lap. I know from a mental perspective, like we were talking about, in theory, the fastest way to go is to burn some fuel, save some tires. But for others, it's like you need that kind of as a warm up, like push through it. Get in the right mindset so that once you hit the hot lap, you're kind of good to go.
Yeah.
Because when you're in fuel burn mode, you're certainly shifting at different points, and to do that for 1 lap and then to immediately shift that in your head and not keep going back to like revving it out when you shouldn't. Sometimes that might take a little bit. Although if you practice it, I suppose it makes it not so bad. But
I just love this track, man. It's an amazing place to be, especially at nighttime. Oh man, this the Green Hell is such an amazing track. it's a very interesting drive.
It's fun once you learn it and you're comfortable
Yeah.
with it. It's that process of becoming comfortable with the track that's frustrating for people. I know it took me quite a while before I put in enough laps to really feel comfortable with it, but now that I'm there, I do actually enjoy the Nurburgring quite a bit.
One thing I can tell you is that no matter how much you run this track, it's going to keep you on your toes every single lap.
Oh,
every
absolutely.
single corner.
I think we've said of all the tracks in the game, this is the one where if you lose mental focus for, even a second and kind of lose track of where you are, to then regain that, you may have to go through 3 corners before you're like, where am I at now?
Exactly. And T-Rex Arms just on his outlap had a little incident. So it's true. Even on the outlap when you're not pushing, you can have some struggles. And for us with attention span issues, this track is our nightmare.
It looks like we just missed it on the replay.
So in the course of me learning this track, right, I memorized the name, and I'll have to brush up because I've forgotten a couple, but I memorized every turn, the name of the turn on these on this track.
Do they all have names?
158 names.
Yeah.
Most I can't pronounce and won't try, right? But also the names of the circuits as well. Like for instance, the Nordschleife is the north section. The original name of the GP circuit is the Südschleife, and the area where Jersey is now was actually an oval that laps between the end of the GP circuit and the beginning. It's called the Lüdschleife.
That's interesting.
And in what is it? I believe it's ACC. There is you don't have to just run the full lap. You can actually at the end you just run through the GP, and then where you make the left at to get onto the Nordschleife, you can make a right and go around and start your lap.
That's something I've learned watching, Jimmy Broadent and Super GT doing their real life racing series. Is that'll happen when they're on their outlap. There's too much traffic or something happens, and they'll take that right-hander like you were talking about and start that portion over because they don't want to do the whole Nordschleife.
Yeah.
Yep. That's so interesting. Something's happened with T-Rex Arms. He is stopped on the track. Oh, now he's going again.
Yeah,
maybe he's just waiting a little bit. He's on that long straight, so he's prepping himself for that final lap.
Yeah.
Looks like he just came to a stop.
I wish they switched out the chicanes.
I like the GP chicane, right? Or no, you like the other one?
I like this one here, but I wish we had it on the GP circuits. Like in real life, they don't use the longer chicane anymore. This is the chicane.
Interesting. See, we were talking about that at the beginning of this. It's just because probably I'm accustomed to it because I really like the GP and sprint layout here, and I like that tight chicane versus this one.
Yeah, I can't stand the GP circuit. It's like when I'm running, like I prefer to run the entire track, but when I get to the green, to the GP section, I'm just like, I can't wait for this to be over.
That's so funny. See, I'm like that, but on the 7-minute portion of the track. Not the minute 30.
Can he take? No, he lifted off full pucks. Okay.
That's really smart, Pyro, of learning the name, because that it's like a discipline, right? You're forcing yourself to really think about where you are on the track. What is this corner called? Yeah. That's very astute of you to do that, and that's something, if you really want to learn this track, you need to run it a lot of times. But that's a great idea to, force yourself to learn these names. And that's something, again, I've seen when watching Jimmy or Super GT's stuff is they try to use the actual names of the corners. Sometimes they forget, but overall, like, clearly they have done the same thing to learn this track and become proficient at it. And yeah, hats off to you for putting in the time to do that. Did it take very long? Or did we lose you? I see he just left the lobby. We may have lost him momentarily, but that's okay. But I like that. I like that attitude and idea of, like, if you want to be good at something, everybody can be good at anything, really, when you think about it. I mean, some stuff you don't just have the natural talent for, but if you really work towards it and you want that, if you have the time and are able to put it towards it, you can do it.
Yeah, it isn't always about just natural talent. I mean, certainly if you learning, studying and learning your craft will make you better at it. I mean, Pyro said he hasn't even been a racer all that long, but he's clearly one of the faster guys on PHG, so he's certainly taking the right approach. It might be a good idea for people to take notes from the note taker.
Yep. And it's that, you can go all the way back to school. You have people like me who just did their best to get by without putting in any effort and able to just get by. And then you got people who were like, no, I want to learn this. I want to do it. And it's about discipline and how much you're willing to put forth. Because for the most part, we can all find time if we really, it's about prioritizing. What is your priority? And this is just a game, obviously. We all have real life to deal with, so prioritizing might not be this game, but if you want to get good, it's about prioritizing and putting in the effort, doing things you don't like to do. Like myself, I hate running laps without racing other people. But if I want to get better, and I've done it in the past, like, hey, I want to get good here, I need to just do laps. And Jersey takes that carousel very nicely. Very nicely done, Jersey.
Yeah, you're right. I mean, in addition to just taking the laps, it is kind of doing that studying. One thing I've noticed is that Tidgny is really good about breaking a track down and giving you like reference points. Like, hey, this is where you need to start to brake, and look for this because that's where you need to hit the throttle. So, I mean, you still have to get your steering inputs right. You still have to get your braking inputs right. But if you get that, having those visual markers, and taking the time to figure that out on your own, I mean, it takes a lot of time, and it can feel like non-race work, but it makes your racing faster. But you're making your racing faster not by putting in the laps, which is the fun part. Putting in the laps is the fun part. But really being, like, we keep using the word discipline, and what's the other word? I mean, to really break it down into its components and set things, really gives you an advantage that the others won't have.
Yeah, and that's one thing I love about Tidgny. I know a lot of people want to hate on his lap guides because some of the markers he uses is like that tree over there that you can barely see. But for me, like the that's the biggest thing is when he talks about what speed you need to have at the apex. Like when you hit the apex, you need to be at least 97 miles per hour. That is huge for me. And then when you see this, you can hit the accelerator. Like Watkins Glen is a great example. Like when you see the I Heart NY on the carousel, like that's when you get on the throttle. That's been huge. Red Bull Ring, when you're at 75, you want to be at 75 miles an hour when you hit the apex or whatever. Like those help me more than anything. Braking points I figure out on my own because we're all using different pedals, different cars, but the accelerating points and the minimum speed points are huge. And I love watching his weekly lap guides as, T-Rex Arms goes wide, but he keeps it on the track. Keeps it on the track. He keeps it straight.
All right, we got Jersey's about to finish up his lap here. See what he ends up with.
Yeah, Shaggy has a good point. You know, Tichney's stuff is great if you're not driving automatic.
Oh, another
With
sub
a
8
7.
time. 7:56, 7:57. That is a respectable time.
That is a time right there, Jersey.
That's going to put him P5 overall, provisionally. It's going to knock Oak down to P6. That will knock Papa out of top split.
I'm sure he's relieved at that.
Probably.
Because last time he qualified top split for NRL, and that was a whole thing. Well done. T-Rex is much further behind going through the second carousel. And this is where the C4 is going to struggle. The C4 is so good on tires. It is so good through the corners. But it's a 4C for a reason, because it only has 4 cylinders.
And top end.
Well,
And
he did wait a long time to start his hot lap. Remember, he was parked on the long straight here, so no surprise that he's further back from Jersey, but it still looks like he's got a halfway decent time going.
I do love this 4C, even though, you know, it might lack in some of the straight line power. It's a great car to drive. It is a roadster on steroids, essentially.
It
Your
can be
MX-5s.
it can be a little tail happy, but if you can keep that under control, yes, it is a fun one to drive.
And this is one of the ones when they would have the, you know, the races where you could either pit and change tires or do a no stopper. That's where the 4C shines, is when you're trying to get a no stopper. And he gets across at 810.852.
It's going to put him 18th on our list. Respectable
Not
time.
bad. Yeah, not bad at all. It's kind of a, do you get a lap in where you don't make any major mistakes, or do you have an issue? Is kind of what we're seeing. Sub 810, you got a lap in with no issues. Some people who just aren't as fast are getting above 8 minutes, but it's still a good lap. And then kind of that 810 or above, you had some type of wah.
Right. Well, and that's just it. With the one and done kind of qualifying, that's certainly the trade-off, right? You know, you don't want to put, if you make a mistake, that's your only shot.
Yeah.
Right,
As Rabbit Marshall Mathers would say, you only get one shot. Do not miss your chance to blow. This opportunity comes once in a lifetime. But it comes quite often because we do these races all the time.
All right, Skellington's waiting for Dan to show up.
Oh, we're going to get some Corvette
We're going to get some
beauties.
Corvette action.
We got our good friend Jack Skellington in the building. Better Dan trying to get in the building. I do enjoy. I remember Jack challenge when Jack. Oh, Strict 9 joining.
Strict 9 then.
Jack had challenged me. This was a while ago when he was wanting to do the one-on-one races with various streamers, and I gotta say, we did the Corvette at Spa, and it was a treat to just race one-on-one with Jack at Spa. I won, but it was a lot of fun. I would have had fun had I lost, but it was good times.
I'm curious. Oh, the GT, the Nissan. So that's gonna be our second Nissan now,
which is gonna benefit him in week 2, because the GTR is super strong Group 4 at Interlagos, and that's where the strategy comes in. Like if you can, yeah. So there's more Group 3 than Group 4 races. So you want to pick the dominant Group 3 unless you know you're strong at the Group 4 races. There's some interesting strategy that we won't necessarily see play out till the end of the season because of that. Like I wouldn't feel confident here, but you got to know that if you finish the race, you're going to do okay because other people are going to mess up. But then you got to think about those Group 4 races where you could potentially dominate and, you know, get the win. Got a Thrustmaster livery, Papa's House of Games, PHG World Series. So I'm guessing Strict 9's on the T598.
That's what it looks like.
And if you haven't used that wheel, I gotta say, the T598 is great. It really is. The pedals are lacking. The pedals that come with the T598 are not great. But the wheel itself, fantastic. And you can upgrade the pedals with any of the Thrustmaster ecosystem.
Like speak from, from my perspective from that, it is, the T598 is great. I using the TLCM pedals from what could consider the previous generation, but I like it. It's instead of
Well, I picked my newest Fanatec wheel rim because of y'all are looking sexy as hell. In that chromed out blue and red.
I told you guys were gonna like the vets.
Woo! Ooh! I like it. I picked my new rim wheel because of using my brother's T598, which has a 30 millimeter diameter wheel, which is bigger than what the Fanatec comes with. And I loved the feel of the bigger wheel on my brother's T598. And so that's why I picked the wheel that I have now, was just a slightly bigger diameter wheel. And for me, who I prefer to drive road cars, the bigger rim was a positive.
And from a different perspective, because I swap different diameter wheels what I'm driving. Particular event.
Oh, I think we lost you, Chuck.
I think you're right.
Hello?
Now you're back.
I actually use different wheels for different events.
Yeah, because like the GT3, like so what I've had to do with since getting the bigger diameter wheel, one thing I've had to do is when I am in GT3 cars, I need to adjust the settings. Anything GT3 and above, I have to adjust my settings because there's a lag because of the diameter's bigger. So the turning isn't as precise. But in Group 4 and road cars, it's perfect. And then when I'm in a Group 3 or above, I need to go in and change the settings to match. But my goal is I'm on Fanatec, so I either get one of the F1 wheels or the McLaren wheel and use that for Group 3 or above, and then use the wheel I have now, the R300, for Group 4 and below.
With me, but I'll go with something that's similar to the wheel diameter that it might be for the real life car, and that's what I go with for.
Yeah. And that's exactly it. The Group 3 and above are going to have a tighter diameter wheel. They're going to be a quicker turning car. You got your GT3 McLaren, you got your F1. And then after that, your real road cars are going to have probably a 330 millimeter diameter. So even bigger than what I have now. But I have found that with this 300, the R300, like the oval tracks like Daytona are great with the bigger wheel. So much better than the smaller wheel. The wheel that comes with the DD Pro, I believe, is like 28, 280 or 270. So a little bit smaller. And switching to the 300 made a big difference.
It's like we got a second Nissan in this qualifying session. We got 2 Corvettes and 2 Nissans, with SR or S7R Shadow Chef joining us in this one. We know Shadow Chef is fast.
Oh yeah. And I see Pyro's back in the lobby. Pyro, if you want to join us back here in the Discord, please feel free. We enjoy your input. You do a good job and have a great racer's perspective to this.
See how some of these American cars do.
Now, I do like the Group 3 Corvette. I have become accustomed to it. I've resisted it for a long time. But that the Season 1 race at Red Bull Ring, I did all my practice in the Ferrari. And the day of the race, Turbo was... I woke up to multiple texts from Turbo about switching to the Corvette. And I didn't want to do it. And I did it anyways. And it was the right call. I gotta say, the Group 3 Corvette is a solid car. It really is. You gotta shift it differently. You gotta short shift and, run it a little bit differently, but overall, very solid car.
It's definitely solid at the Nurburgring here, too.
Yeah. It's very plain. It's surprisingly tame. Like, you expect it to not be tame and for it to be wild. But it is a very tame vehicle.
It used to be worse. Before the Group 3 BOP update, it was a hard one to control. You had power oversteer on exit quite often. But now it is a little bit easier. As with all the Group 3 cars after the BOP update, they're all a little easier to drive, but the Corvette definitely is a little easier to handle and can be a very fast car. I mean, it's still really, really torquey with that V8. And, doing the short shift, you actually end up saving some fuel that way. So it's decent on fuel. It can be a little worse on tires. But it's a fun one to drive. I've always had, a soft spot for the Corvette, and I've really enjoyed running it, in the game.
Sorry, guys. I had a internet disconnection.
No worries. Don't worry about it.
Actually, it wasn't an internet disconnection. I dropped something and hit an outlet.
You had an electrical issue.
It wasn't even an issue. It was a cold issue.
Whoopsie!
Yeah, a whoopsie.
It happens. We've all been there. And that's what's fun. I will say, Sal and I do the majority of the production for PHG. And these qualifying ones are there. It's good practice. I'm going to be streaming tomorrow night, and we're going to have our slew of hiccups. And it's good to get these out of the way, because once Sal qualifies tomorrow, that'll determine who broadcasts Friday or Saturday. It's going to be either of us. But it's good. It's good to have these, kind of not as important, but still good things to watch for everybody, to kind of do a little practice run so we can work out all the kinks.
Yeah. Are we doing interviews with the podium winners like NRL or no?
Sal?
Sal's having internet issues.
Yeah. I typed your symptoms into the computer and it said you had connectivity problems.
I feel like that's been talked about before, but we haven't really finalized a go forward.
I don't think so. And being part of the NRL broadcast, I know that is one of the most stressful and difficult things to do.
What is the interviews?
The interviews, they never seem to go easily. There's always something.
I mean, the people that are on the Discord, which I'm pretty sure most of us are, you can actually add yourself straight to the Discord from the PlayStation. It's extremely easy. I can video record it and send it to you guys so you can see how it's done.
Huh.
It's very easy to do. It's literally 1, 2, 3. It's 3 pushes of a button.
Interesting, yeah, because you have to have your PlayStation link to Discord, right?
Yeah, which they do that via. You don't even need to know your Discord password to do that. It's through the QR code. I said HR code. HR code. If you get an HR code, you're in trouble.
You got OSHA showing up at your door. They're like, that wasn't safe.
I like Vetterdan's livery. This is nice.
Yeah, and it's kind of
be
the
funny if I did some kind of a PhD rate and sipping a beer afterwards and said, yeah, the PHG Grand Farm ran a good race today. Got a little bit loose down there in turn 2, but
had a little bit of but it was all good.
Wait a minute. Have you seen Skillington in Vetterdan's liveries?
Yeah, we were talking about that earlier. They're the mirror image of each other, just red and blue.
As a matter of fact, looking at Vetterdan's livery, I see the decals on the side, and let me congratulate Vetterdan for making the PHG Elite team last night.
Can't find a Vetterdan.
Congratulations, man.
Yeah, well done, Dan.
Yeah, that was a long road for him. He had to do a bit of grinding to get there, but he got there. I mean, he's fast. I mean, it's no surprise he made the Elite team and he got to A+.
Right. As the A team co-manager, we're sad to see him go, but we're happy for one of our ranks to move on to the Elite. I know that's something that PHG Turbo has been desperately trying to do, is move on from the A team, because he knows how much faster he is than me. But every now and again, I kick his ass, and getting into that Elite is a lot of fun.
I also would like to make it known for anyone in the PHG team, anyone that's a member of the paparazzi, I do coaching.
Oh, great.
Right, and I do not charge for the coaching because it's something that I do to help me get faster as well.
Yeah.
So if you guys are, on Alpha and you're trying to move up to the Elite, or you're elsewhere and you're trying to move up to a different category, it's no problem to shoot me a message and I'll help out the best I could.
Yeah, that's great.
A great thing,
that's
Pyro.
great to hear.
We really want. Yeah. We're really glad to hear that we've got some, Elite members willing to coach some of the others. That's really kind of the epitome of getting on to the Elite team. That there is a bit of a responsibility there. That they kind of look to you to help out the other team members. So great on you for stepping up on that. Yeah. And I hope people will take advantage of it.
Absolutely, and that's the idea of having the teams. The idea is that the A team helps the B team, the Elite team helps everybody, because that's where we're all trying to be. And it's hard because we're all just doing our thing, but that's great. So y'all take Pyro up on that, because I think I'm gonna do the same, because I know I'm an A driver. For the long time I talked about I'm a good B driver, sometimes dabbles in A, but I know I'm now an A driver, and I need to push more and
hey,
put
my
some time
TV's
into
not too
that.
loud, right?
Oh, we can hear it again.
Sorry, I'll switch headphones. Is that better, or should I switch headphones?
No, that's good.
All right, thank you.
It looks like Shadow Chef And
too.
Better Dan and Skellington are on their hot laps now. So
And they're way too close to each other.
Yeah, Better Dan and Skellington.
I mean,
They had
but Better Dan is in front, and if I'm not mistaken, he should be a little faster.
Yeah, I think in history shows that Better Dan is a little better. And I think, I'm a driver that needs a ghost. I do better when I have a reference marker in front of me. And it looks like that's what they tried to do on that back straight before going under the Bilstein Bridge. They kind of slowed down to sync themselves up. And this is allowing Jack to kind of shadow Vetterdan a little bit, as Vetterdan is typically the quicker of the two.
I mean, we can see Vetterdan's
nothing against
pulled away already.
Hopefully that doesn't become a problem with Vetterdan deciding to slow up a bit and, potentially putting in a slower lap.
Well, he did that on the out lap.
Yeah, it was the out lap. I don't think he will. Vetterdan is a competitor. I've raced against him. I know how hard he races. He races very fair, very clean, but he races hard. And so it is now qualifying lap. He's in game mode. He's going into it and is going to put the pedal down. And it's up to Jack to do what he needs to do.
You know what? I have to. The competitor in me is telling me to do this, so I have to. I'm taking all the credit for Vetterdan reaching the elite team. If you look through the Discord, he'll tell you him staring at the elite bumper on the back of my car, taunting him, made him do it.
That's great, and that's what we want to see. That's what we want to see. And that's fun about racers, and that's something I love about watching racing is like, I'm not a competitive person, so I can I make it to the elite? Can I be the best? Yes, I can. But my personality, the way I am, I probably won't. But I love to see it. I love to see that in other people. It's cool.
I'm extremely competitive. I have a little bit of, my first name is Michael, so I have some Jordan in me, man. I can get extremely competitive over things that have nothing to do with competition.
So you've ruined a few things in your time.
Oh yeah, that has happened.
No, it's I've frustrated so many people because like I was a soccer player, goalie on very championship winning team, and going for state, going for all these things. But my personality is, well, I'm here to. I love playing the game, and I'm here to have fun playing the game, regardless of the result. And then you have others who are like, no, we're here to win, bro. And that's what we're doing.
And the reason why is because I'm around to have fun too, but I also recognize winning is fun.
It is.
Like, I retired from semi-pro football last year, and we made it to the championship. But I'll tell you this, winning would have been even more fun than we had the entire season. Winning is all right. So we got a 346. Let's see where Vetterdan is. Where Skellington is. He is 7 seconds back.
7 seconds.
Yeah.
What kind of football team? I used to do flag football, and we had a semi-pro at the time arena football, which I don't think is a thing, but we had an arena football player on our team, and he would just fly through the air and take away the ball from everybody. It was so fun to watch.
Yeah. No, we played tackle. We played full equipment, and it was fun. We got to play against the NYPD. We got to play against the Department of Corrections, and we played against firefighters. They have teams as well. We played against a lot of people, man. We had fun. We had a couple guys off the team go to colleges.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's fun. I played a little soccer in college, small college, but I went from high school to college, and I love playing soccer. But I didn't have the discipline like we talked about here to put in the work to be great. I was good. I was naturally good, but I didn't have the discipline to be great. But I miss the game a lot. It is fun to be in those scenarios where you know you're the best and you're playing against the best within the league that you're in. Obviously, not NFL or MLS or your Euro Cup, all that. But like within your league, you're the best, and that is a lot of fun. I do miss that aspect of it.
Got Shadow Chef here coming up on the second carousel. I'm going to be hitting the long straight here soon and finish up that hot lap. It's like he is on a flyer. He had pulled away from Better Dan quite a bit. Anxious to see what kind of time he ends up with. He can get that thing under 8 minutes. Let's see, the other Nissan we had, what were they on the leader?
Ooh.
Well, they were 7.
But he keeps it going. He keeps it going. That wasn't too big of a loss. And that is the benefit of having the walls as close as they are. If you can keep it straight, even going off, you can keep it going. Yeah, you do lose time. You're not going to be the top driver, but you can still get into split one.
Oh no, he's up.
As Vetterdan does the final carousel. This is the part I suck so much at this part. It's like, how slow do you need to go, but also carry speed? Vetterdan looks like he nailed it. Went a little wide there, but he's going to carry a lot of speed. Shadow Chef goes across the line, and he goes across the line with a... Woo! That's a good time right there.
That is a very good time. That will put him provisionally P5 of all qualifiers thus far. It looks like Better Dan's on a pretty good lap right now. See if he can... I know he has broken the 8-minute mark in practice. We'll see if he can get it here. I think he's going to be under.
And I'll do a plug since we're on Vetterdan. If you are looking to learn guitar or improve guitar, Vetterdan does do virtual lessons. So hit him up if you're a guitarist like myself and love playing but need somebody to make them better. Vetterdan can help.
Vetterdan with the 758. Skellington with the 810.
A new member to the PHG crew, isn't he?
Strict9 is fairly new. He's been around a little bit now. I believe he participated in the Season 2 exhibition. Yeah, Dan, good job on that lap. Under 8 minutes. That's a good one.
What was Vetterdan's time? It's not showing on my screen.
It was a 7:58. I don't remember the dot. We have to jump back on the stream to see it. Now that he's exited out, it won't show.
Yeah, I was trying to type in the time. I got Jack's. I got Strict9. Or no, I don't have Strict9.
Actually, you know what? It'll show. There we are. 7:58, 2:45.
2:45. So I can update. 2:45. All right. So Strict9 coming in here.
Let's see, that's 758.245.
8.
I will put him 10th.
8:15.349.
8:15.349.
So that gets Vetterdan P10, Jack Skellington P20, and Strict 9 P25. So we currently have a total of 32 people who have qualified, which is pretty solid. That's half of the field, which means tomorrow night is going to be, as the youths would say, hella busy.
Well, like we mentioned, there are 60-some people that have registered. We know it'll be less than that. That'll run in the first race, but I suspect it'll be up in the 50s. So it'll probably be a busy day tomorrow.
Indeed. And I'll be streaming the races tomorrow, or the qualifying tomorrow. So I'll be able to catch us there.
Yeah, TK, so you want to give out your YouTube channel? Yeah. You want to maybe put that in the chat for people to look up for tomorrow. Definitely go over, check his channel out. Subscribe to his page so you'll get the notification when he goes live tomorrow.
I'll schedule it in the morning so everyone will see, and I'll post it on all the Discords. Let me figure out the YouTubes. But yeah, I'll be streaming that. Sal will be qualifying. Why did it do that? So it literally just pasted all the cars I bought today for work. I buy cars for a dealership, and I just pasted 25 Nissans that I bought today. But now I got the right thing. There it is. There's my channel. I'll be streaming it tomorrow, and then depending on where Sal qualifies, we'll either have me on Friday and Sal on Saturday, or vice versa, because we want Sal to do well. I'm excited to see his livery in full gusto.
Yeah, so what we did is for the Corvette team, I designed all 4 of the liveries there, and they're all the same, just different colors.
I like it.
So we got Skellington in red, Vetterdan in blue. I'm running a white livery, and Fernando's running a gold livery.
Ooh, that's nice.
And then our plan is, I haven't done these yet, but our plan is for the Group 4 cars, all of them will have the colors switched. So instead of it being black in the middle and red on the front and back, it'll be red in the middle and black on the front and back. And we'll do that with all 4 colors. So I still have to get those designs put in for the Group 4 cars, but we're trying to stay coordinated,
I'm into it.
In fact, you can see on the screen there, I'm in my white car. I'm just not readied up.
Yeah.
But I've got the white version of the same livery.
Yep.
And yeah, some of the decals may be different. Like Dan's got the PHG Elite on his. I've got the A-Team on mine. Jack's got the Bravo on his. And then our names are different on the windshield banner and the rear bumper.
Yeah. But it's cohesive. I like it.
Yeah, that's what we wanted to do. We wanted to try to come out with some bling.
Yeah, and it's like it's that real team, because there's going to be a lot of manufacturers who are not teammates, But it sounds like y'all as the Corvette team have coordinated, and y'all are a team. You most likely will be kind of split up. Maybe some of you in the same split. But it sounds like you're gonna kind of be spread out, so it'll allow you guys to run individually. It's gonna be interesting to see the manufacturers who are in the same split, and do they work together as a team, or is it every man for himself?
Right. Yeah, I mean it can go either way. It kind of depends on how many guys you got too. Certainly the manufacturers that have more cars have a bit of an advantage. I think the points are just all accumulative. I don't remember if it's, you know, just the top 2 guys or the top 4 guys that count. You know, so you don't have half the field all in one manufacturer and say, well, they're going to be first.
Yeah.
But really, the manufacturer points through the regular season just gets you into the championship. So, hypothetically, if we had only 10 manufacturers, all 10 would make the final. Or, I'm sorry, 14.
Okay.
Or not 14. There will be 14 drivers, so 7 manufacturers will make the final. If only 7 manufacturers competed, then the top 2 drivers in each manufacturer will be in the final. Now, if we end up with 8 manufacturers, there will be a manufacturer that doesn't make the final at all.
Ooh, I hope that's the case, because that'll be fun.
Yeah, we want to see some eliminations. So let's see. How many manufacturers do we have now? We have BMW, we have Lexus, we have Nissan, McLaren, Toyota, Genesis for 6, Mazda for 7, Ferrari for 8,
Porsche,
Chevrolet, or no, I already did Chevrolet. Yep, Porsche for 9, Audi for 10. There's only been
Alpha.
one Audi, and Lamborghini for 11. There's a Ford, 12, so Dodge.
There's
an
Alpha and a Dodge.
Hey.
So, I mean, yeah, we got a whole bunch. I mean, about half the manufacturers are going to be eliminated when we hit the finals, so...
I love it.
We'll have to ask Shaggy next time he's in the booth here when he's feeling a little better, just exactly how that's going to work to qualify for the finals. If it's totally cumulative, meaning the more drivers, the better chance you have, or not. Because obviously somebody who's, you know, a single person running as a manufacturer is at a disadvantage. It's not impossible. You can make it as a single driver. You know, if you're running a manufacturer and you're in top split every week, you could beat a team that has 3 cars, but they're always in splits like 3, 4, and 5.
Not getting as many points as if you're in top split.
Right. So
yeah,
it'll be really interesting to see. I mean, as we progress through the season, a lot of those kind of strategies will start to play out. Oh, and Shaggy popped in. Maybe he heard us.
Speaking of the man himself.
Having stomach issues, but I got some medicine and everything, so I think it's just lagging a little bit. But yeah, the way that works, it's the top 14 manufacturers at the end of the season. For each round,
okay.
Yeah, for each round, it's the top 30 finishers across the first 3 splits will gain points towards their manufacturers, depending on who they're driving, and that's cumulative each round, and that adds up all over all rounds. Like, there's no best 5 or anything like that. It's only for the drivers. But if it gets to the time for the finals, if say there's only 10 manufacturers that even scored points the entire season, then it would go by the drivers that are not represented by the manufacturers. Like, if they had no points as far as manufacturer points, it would go by the drivers. So say the next driver up that hadn't scored any points was in a Chevy or something, then Chevy would get the nod, and then the next manufacturer, and then so forth.
I would imagine over 9 races we'll probably have
you're gonna have at least
represented.
It sounds like what you're telling me is that I need to get cool with all the Genesis guys so we can get on the same page.
Yes, y'all definitely want to do that. Plan out your attack. If you're different splits, it makes it actually easier. If you're, say, in top split and you got, some partners in second split, you can tell them to make sure they wreck everybody so they get all the points,
I suppose with what you're saying, if it's only the top 30 guys, then right off the bat, if you're in splits like 4 and 5, you're not scoring any points for your manufacturer, just for you personally.
Yeah, it would just be your personal points, which may end up helping you in the end. Like, say somebody carries like Audi, and then the next driver down doesn't get any points themselves, even though they're down there, doing their thing and they haven't scored any points from manufacturer, consistently being in, say, third split, they're still going to get the nod to go ahead and be that second driver with somebody who was, constantly in top split or the top of second split, gaining points. So there's still that fight to do as good as you can, because your points, your personal points, might actually come out and be needed at the end.
All right, so a question. You said there's going to be 14 manufacturers, and I think you had mentioned before that it's the top 2 drivers in each manufacturer that'll make it into the finals. How does that work?
Yeah.
Is it that all the first place drivers for each manufacturer in one split, and all the second place drivers for the manufacturer are in the next split? So they're all so it's all different manufacturers for each split?
Yeah. So one split will be the top 14 that make it in. It'll be the top driver for each split.
Okay.
And then the second split will be the second driver for each manufacturer that makes it. But say if somebody can't make it, then the third or the fourth, depending on who's available, will take their spot.
Sure. But it makes it so that each of the splits in the final will have 14 different cars.
Yes.
Interesting.
I like that. Somebody thought about this.
Well, that's how the
did.
Manufacturers Cup is run in GTWS, right? They make it so that in the finals it's one of each manufacturer. So that's cool. I like that.
Yeah.
Thanks for
Each
explaining
round
that.
of the finals will have 2 splits, and that's how it'll be run. And those races I made, they're more lengthy than most of the races during the regular season. I think the final race is, I can't remember, up at 30 or 35 laps. It's over an hour long for Catalunya.
So that gives you, like, if you're not the fastest, but if you can succeed in a manufacturer that not a lot of other people chose, that could allow you to get to the finals just because of doing a good job, but also being in a manufacturer that doesn't have a lot of other people in it. That's cool. I like that.
Exactly. But the fun part is, say all these drivers for BMW or Genesis, how everybody's attracted to that, and well, don't hate me, but y'all are going to be fighting each other during the season, because if there's 4, say, top split drivers driving BMW, they're constantly going to be going at each other, trying to, one-up each other on points.
Yeah.
Because only 2 are going to make it.
Yeah, that's going to be the thing. That's really going to determine whether you're in it for the team or you're in it for yourself.
Exactly.
And that's racing. That's team racing right there. Is your biggest rival is your teammate, because y'all are in the same car.
Right. But I was trying to encourage everyone to go with something that wouldn't, necessarily be popular, like Citroen or Renault or Peugeot or anything like that might not have the best Group 4 car.
Go with one of the French teams.
Yeah. Exactly. Yeah, because we don't like the French around here, apparently.
Hey,
I suppose as long as you
tell everybody good night and thanks for having me on. I appreciate you.
Yeah, thanks for joining us, Pyro.
Yeah.
You're always welcome to hop
man.
in, man.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Good luck, everybody. Good luck.
GG's.
With the races coming up, and I heard, is the rumor true that Papa's sending a mug to the winner?
I hope so.
I just made that up.
We've already talked to him about some kind of like goodie bags, especially for like, say, the All-Star race and different things.
If he doesn't, I will.
We
How
also
about
have a guy who makes trophies on the team, so think about that. Or he can make trophies.
Oh wow! so basically, what the strategy is for Vetter Dan to punt Jorge so Pyro can win.
Yep, buddy.
Oh yeah, that's for the win. But you gotta do that every single race.
You gotta get there.
He's gonna be on point every single race, so it's, you know where to find him.
Did somebody in the chat? Did somebody in the chat say I got a bump draft Vetter Dan to get to? Or okay, no problem.
There you go.
Yeah. Shake and bake, and then take out.
Teamwork makes the dream work. Night, bud.
All right, so we got about 7 minutes to the top of the hour. Will we run one more if somebody comes in, or are we at a point of calling it?
I think it's probably calling it, because nobody's coming in.
No return.
Yeah, exactly. Because I'm not gonna start a 20-minute session.
Yep.
With 7 minutes to go.
Some of us are hungry.
All right, cool. Well, that should conclude our qualifying. Do we want to run through what the current qualifying order is? We've got 32 names.
Yeah.
TK, you want to run it down?
All right, let's do it. So, with number 333, that is PHG Jorge Sr. in P1, a commanding P1, a 749.835. He is Country USA, PHG, manufacturer BMW. Then in P2, number 18, Enigma, a new entry with a 753.231. He is not a PHG member, and he is driving for Lexus. Then we have our very own PHG Banana, aka Wicco, the number 111 car, and with a 754.924, racing for the USA, PHG member, in another BMW. Then we have in P4 S7R Shadow Chef with a 755.479 for the USA, non-PHG member in the Nissan. Then in P5 we have PHG Fast Cougar QC with a 756.534, racing for Canada, PHG member, and racing the McLaren. Then in P6 we have PHG Jersey with a 756.757, racing for the USA, PHG member in the Toyota. Then the number 71 in P7, PHG Oak with a 757.243 for the USA, PHG member in the BMW. Then we have in P8, number 16, Talon with a 757.525. He says he's not PHG, but I say he is, and he is racing in the Nissan. Then we have in P9, PHG Pyro, who we just had here in the booth, number 93, with a 757.931, racing for USA, PHG member, and in the Genesis. Then in P10, number 3, PHG Veterdan. Can't find a Veterdan. With a 758.245, USA, PHG member, racing in Chevrolet. Then in P11, number 51, PHG Racer 51 with a 759.024. Canada, PHG member, racing in the Mazda. Then our very own Shaggy Doo 88, number 88, P12 with a 759.490. USA, PHG member, and the Ferrari. Our first Ferrari on the board. I like it. I like it. Then we have in P18 our very own, the proprietor, y'all, and is Chase Elliott, number 9, PHG Papa with an 8. Oh no, I skipped ahead. I scrolled down too far. Let me start over. We have our new entry in P13, our W with a 759.670 for USA, non a PHG member in the BMW. Then we have Evolved P14, also a non-PHG member for the US of A, with an 803.796 in the Genesis. Then P15 RSR Zilla with an 803.9727 USA, non-PHG member in the Lexus. Then we have my buddy PHG Turbo number 7, 804.809 USA, PHG member, absolutely, in the Porsche. Then we have PHG Plankton and P17 claiming number 5 with an 805.417 USA, PHG in the Ferrari. Now we have Papa, the proprietor, number 9, Chase Elliott, PHG Papa, 806.713 USA, PHG, of course, in the McLaren. Then our very own Leo Las Vegas in the 24 with an 810.293 USA, PHG, Mazda, baby, zoom zoom. Then in P20 we have the number 48 PHG Jack Skellington with an 810.554. USA, PHG, Chevrolet. Let's go. Then in P21, we have T-Rex Arms. He's got a big head and little arms with an 810.852. USA, non-PHG member. Let's change that, T-Rex Arms. And the Alfa Romeo. Then in P22, we have KW47 with an 811.185. USA, PHG member. And the Dodge. That's our first Dodge of the evening. I love to see it. Good looking car. Then we have PHG then we have PHG Slick SHVR2 claiming number 8 with an 814.443 in Canada, PHG member, and in the Ferrari. Then we have PHG Iron Fix QC with an 814.599 Canada. PHG, absolutely, in the Audi, our only Audi so far. Let's get some more Audis out there. It's going to be good when it comes to Group 4. Then we have number 17, P25, PHG Strict 9 with an 815.349. USA, PHG member, absolutely, in the Nissan. Then we have Slow Poke Rods, CBR. Love to have these CBR drivers here with an 818.743. USA, non-PHG, because he is CBR and he is our first Porsche. No, Turbo was our first Porsche driver. He is our second Porsche driver. Then we have number 76 in P27, PHG Josh 76, who I am not familiar with, so I look forward to getting to know you, Josh, with an 821.524. Don't know what country he's in, but he is a PHG member, and he's our first Ford driver. Mustang Chuck's gonna like that. Then we have in P28, number 56, PHG Aero, 822.294. USA, PHG, and he is in the Genesis. Then we have none other than Mr. McNaughty, who we are all shocked to see he is not in the AMG and has chosen the Lambo. McNaughty with an 824.309. USA, he is NRL, and Lamborghini is the manufacturer. Then we have P30, number 166, PHG C-Dubs, 834.921. With the PHG, obviously, and he is in the Genesis. Then we have Real Sean Man, 92, P32, number 14, with an 8-minute, 40-second.233. PHG member and in the BMW.
Oh, that was Calvert.
That was Calvert? Is my thing wrong?
It might be.
Yeah, hold on, let me refresh it. You're right. PHG Calvert, number 14, with an 840.233 in the BMW. Crazy. All right, I think I got it right.
Yeah, so
Minus
Real
a couple
Shanman
things.
was in the Toyota. Was the only one we missed. But yes, thanks for running that down, T
Ooh,
Case.
that was a lot of things.
That is a lot of things. I don't. We'll have to cut that down for tomorrow night, because the hope is we'll have like 50 some drivers then. So that'll be a long list to go through.
Indeed.
But with that said,
good job, everybody.
Yes, good job, everybody who showed up. I think that is going to do it for qualifying tonight. For anybody who's been watching, if you haven't hit that like and subscribe button, please consider doing so. We'd love to have you. Make sure to tune in to T-Case's channel tomorrow to see tomorrow's qualifying lobby. That'll be the final lobby before we start up the actual season race Friday night and Saturday afternoon. It'll be a fun one. So.
And also, y'all, Salamander's going to be qualifying tomorrow, so be sure to show up to show support to the man who's putting a lot of work into this as far as the production goes. So tune in. I'm excited to see where you finish, Sal. I can't wait to comment on your livery as well.
I'm hoping that the practice time isn't being affected by the broadcast time. So I may have less practice time than others. So don't get your hopes up too high, but I'll do my best.
Just blow everything off tomorrow and do practice. Life can wait. Life can wait. It's GT7 time now.
Yeah, there's nothing more important right now.
All right. Okay, so that's going to do it. Everybody, until tomorrow, take it easy. Have a good one. Peace out. We'll see you then.
Good night, everyone.
Good night. Later, y'all.
The engine's roaring life in the fast lane. PHG, we've been named, tearing up the game. Thunder on the track, speed never go lack. Pushing limits, breaking barriers, and looking back. Tires screaming as we take that turn. Fuel and fire in our hearts we burn. Opponents in the mirror, they can't keep up. Keep the throttle down, never wanna let up. Great racers, yeah, better people. Rising like a phoenix, ain't no sequel. PHG, baby, we rule the steeple. Great racers, better people. Team strong, bonds like no other. Brothers, sisters, ain't no undercover. Victory sweet, but honor even sweeter. Every race together makes the fight deeper. Crowds chant as the lights go green. Adrenaline rush, it's a traveler's dream. Might stumble, fall, but we rise again. For the banner of PHG flies our friend. Great racers, yeah, better people. Rising like a phoenix, ain't no sequel. PHG, baby, we rule the steeple. Great racers, better people. Great racers, yeah, better people. Rising like a phoenix, ain't no sequel. PHG, baby, we rule the steeple. Great racers, better people. Good racers, better people. Good racers, better people. Great racers, better people. Crowds chant as the lights go green. Adrenaline rush, it's a traveler's dream. Might stumble, fall, but we rise again.